money from the insurance.
We've got the money from the insurance, so we sort of do have it, but I prefer not spending it.
Yeah, the company's not doing the flooring, so those are all separate.
Right, we have a flooring guy, but we didn't get, well, they picked the flooring guy, they just said, okay, buy the flooring guy. Okay, let me, did I
I
tell
feel obligated.
Shit, we gotta be careful, we say the live stream.
double check that the lights, because a lot of areas only know it's
That's the one thing I hope.
Yeah, well, that's why I said ish.
Well, we got them in here. Nice pleasant surprise. Any show? Maybe hopefully we'll start up. Now, Monday night is that when we, live? Well, yeah, they didn't have any time, but sucks. Today she is, I think, 48, 8:49. So I'm guessing by Monday night it'll be 8:50. So. Yeah, Mincha probably they'll do around 8, they'll call it probably for 8:15 or 8:30. But I'll come Monday night. So I don't know if we'll have a meeting, but maybe if there's enough announcements made.
Is Rachel coming? When should she want to announce?
So, at 9,
Oh, I thought she would come earlier.
Zoom, and tell everybody.
Oh, rather.
Is there any of your family coming, or are they all staying home flipping or whatever?
No, well, Sarah will be here momentarily. My in-laws are holding down the fort for the.
Okay, good.
How long were the in-laws here for?
Yeah.
They're heading back tomorrow,
When did they come?
Thursday.
I was,
Yeah. Well, they.
Almost there. Almost done.
It's always so fun.
No.
Holiday occurs, Saturday night. It's always so fun. I don't know what to do.
All right. Ezra Rich. I wanted to autograph the photograph, but I forgot it at home.
somebody was going out to get you one. Hey. I know the feeling. No big deal.
Is Rachel on drive over?
Yes.
She said she would drive herself.
Yeah, and there's a difference of opinion for the photos. One goes to the full cone and one is luau. She's been out on our opinions twice. The second year and then I'm going to do the third instead of going to the end of it. Which one do you want to do? Yeah, I'm going to do the one in the luau. Because it says something through here in that weekday table.
Feels comfortable
Which
driving.
makes sense. I didn't realize there were, for years, I didn't know there was a difference of opinion. Instead of going to the end of the koinali, it stops at Ben a few verses before, and that's what the law goes by, I guess, instead of the printout in the... Sure? I don't understand what.
All right, so we'll use the same Torah as this morning.
And the one for the Shavuot tomorrow is to the right. Harvey and I did,
Okay.
yeah, of the weekday of the Parshat Shavuot. Yeah,
Okay.
to the right, yeah.
And then the left one would be Pinchas.
Yeah, right.
Okay, easy enough. So that's good.
Nope. Plano.
I'm afraid of it.
All 6 of them, 4 kids. It was all 6 of them were wonderful. It's optional.
I don't.
Oh, yes,
yes. I just want to make sure
I have one in case someone. So the best thing about them was the way Lancaster now, so they built their own house, and so you got, and they were there for 14 months.
Wow.
That's a long time. And your grandsons are doing good, you know, we I see them on Facebook every once in a while. They're in baseball.
They spend most of their life studying baseball, but they do go to school once in a while.
Okay.
More important for them is baseball.
Well, they have that something.
Yeah. And what do you do?
Oh,
So many years.
no, well,
Aside from the fact that you have a family.
yeah. Going to the ACC in the morning, taking some classes and relaxing. Doing stuff with the kids.
All right, okay, so you're,
Relaxing is just the way now. That they couldn't do it.
Right.
yeah, well, it gives you less time
Especially Abrams
to
keeps telling me to come back, but I think I've
Right.
done 32 years.
Exactly.
32 years is enough.
that's really,
I think it's pretty.
So it's fine.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to the beginning of our Tikkun Leil Shavuot festivities, or as we could call it, Temple Beth Tzedek, Up All Night. We have, of course, a community Tikkun Leil Shavuot that we are very pleased to host, and we are glad for everyone here, everyone who's here. We're going to start, since we are finishing our observance of Shabbat, we're going to recite the afternoon service for Shabbat, which will include a brief Torah reading. And you can find in the blue prayer books here the beginning of that service. We will start the Mincha service on page 226.
אשרי יושבי ביתך, עוד יעללו חסלו, שם שכלו, שם שלא ילך. לא שם נעשה כל זה, אתה יודע. איזה ימי זה, סחצה ואיזה חלטו, יריד, כל מה זה, כל מה זה. ידבר יום, וידע גמאזו, ועדה מחסום, סקום שם, הנה חלק זה, ואתה מסוים, והיית מסוים, תהילת אדוני ידבר פיו, יברך כבשו שם קדשו לעולם ועד, ואנחנו נברך יום מעתה ועד עולם, הללויה. ולת יום גואל. ויפתחו בך יודעי שמך, כי לא עזבת דורשך אדוני, אדוני חפץ למען צדקו, יגדיל תורה וידיר. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבו, ילמד יברך חירותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי כל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבו מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשו, לעילם מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירן בעולמה ואמרו amen.
We rise. We're in the middle of page 229 as we will open the ark for removing the Sefer Torah from the ark.
ואני תפילתי לך אדוני את רצון אלוהים ברוב חסדך, הנני באמת ישך.
Vahi bin Saharon, Vayomer Moshe, Kumo Aronor v'yafutzu oivecha, v'yanusu mesanecha mi ponecha, ki mitzion teitzei tzorot, var Adonai mirushalayim, baruch shenosan Torah liyamo Yisrael, v'kedushato. Ganu Adonai tikron Hashem כי כל בשמיים ובארץ לך אדוני הממלכה והמתנשא בכל ראש
Adonai Eloheinu v'hishtachavu v'hishtachavu v'adom raglav
Romamu Adonai Eloheinu v'hishtachavu lahar kadesho ki kadosh Adonai Eloheinu.
May be seated. The custom is that at Shabbat Mincha, the afternoon service for Shabbat, that we give you basically a sneak preview for what is coming up next week. So we read the beginning of next week's Torah portion, which is called Naso. Naso is the second Torah portion of the book of Numbers. We find it beginning on page 791 in these books, in the larger red Chumashi Parshat Naso. The reading in terms of this aliyah might not match exactly what's in the Chumash in terms of when it starts and stops, but you can please follow along. The canon knows what he's doing.
ויעזור ויוגב ויושיע לכל החוסים בו ונאמר אמן הכל הבו גודל אלוהינו נוכל לו תורה אין כאן כהן יעמוד החזן מנחם מנדל בן יוסף לעלייה ראשונה, ברוך שנשא תורה לאמור ישראל בקדושתו, ואתם הדבקים באדוני אלוהיכם, חיים כולכם היום.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך, ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד, ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים, ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
אמן. וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור, נשא אס ראש בני גרשון גם הם לבייס אבוסם למשפחוסם מבין 30 שנה ומעלה עד בן 50 שנה תפקודוסם כל הבא לעשות לצוות צבא לעבוד עבודה באוהל מועד זוס עבודס משפחוס הגרשוני לעבוד ולמסע.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
אמן. יעמוד עזרא נתנאל בן
ברוך
מרדכי בדינה שני.
25 on page 791.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך, ברוך נברך לעובד, ברכת אדוני נמוך, למה שברך בנו כל עמים נשא שרסו, ברכת אדוני נושא התורה.
אמן. ונשאו אס יריעוס המשכן ואס אוהל מועד, מכסהו ומכסה התחש אשר עליו מלמלה, ואס מוסך פסח אוהל מועד, ואס כלי החצר, ואס מוסך פסח שער החצר, אשר על המשכון ועל המזבח סוביב, ואס מישריהם ואס כל כלי עבודתם, ואס כל אשר יעשה להם, ועבודו על פי אהרון ובניו תהיה. כל עבודת בני הגרשוני לכל מסעם ולכל עבודתם, ופקדתם עליהם במשמרת אס כל מסעם. זוס עבודת משפחות בני הגרשוני באוהל מועד, ומשמרתם ביד איסמר בן אהרון הכהן.
ברכת אדוני מלך למה שנשא תורה סמס חיים תבזכנו ברכתו אדוני נושאנה תורה.
יעמוד יום טוב ירחמיאל בן נתן ואביו השלישי.
Third Aliyah, verse 29 at the top of page 792 in our Chumashim.
Yes. Okay.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamvorach Baruch Adonai hamvorach li'olam va'ed Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen.
Amen. B'nei Merari l'mishpachosam leveis avosam tifkodosam miben shloshim shana v'mala ve'ad ben 50 shana tifkedem kol haba latzavo la'avod es avodas ohel moed v'zos mishmeres masom l'chol avodosam ba'ohel moed karshei hamishkon uvricha v'amudo v'adonov ועמודי החוצר סביב וידניהם ויסדוסם ומישריהם לכל כליהם ולכל עבודתם ובשמות תפקדו אס כלי משמרת מסעם זוס עבודת משפחות בני מרורי לכל עבודתם באוהל מועד ביד איסמר בן אהרון הכהן.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen.
We say Mishberach for those in need of healing. If we'll recite the names on our list. If you want to add other names, we'll go around the room and give you an opportunity to add them. Mishberach v'ten Avraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov Sarah Rivka Rachel v'Leah Yivarech v'Yirpeh Ed Yehudit bat Nechama Kinneret bat Ruvain ben Chaim Lev David Yosef ben Sivya Asher Lemuel Yoel ben Leah Dov Chaim ben Sarah Leah Chana Miriam bat Simon Dvorah Leah bat Ita Chaya Fegel bat Reina Terry Manway Simcha ben Tova Chaya Marsha Wertheimer Narid Rachel Bela bat Leah Chaim Herschel ben Esther Udia bat Chaya Rivka bat Eliza Chaim Mitchuliva Rivka Dan O'Hare Shoshana bat Miriam Ruthie Porter Ben Moroz Hal Kunahan Eleanor Chevelle Tinok ben Rivka Kelly Greco Chaim Ovram Nota ben Henna Sarah Mindel bat Edith Francie Kunahan Chagid bat Miriam Yachad Leah Susan Fujinami Rihanna Catalano Rachel Shoshana bat Sarah Michaela Leah bat Marihinda Shmuel ben Frima Shmuel ben Mendel Halevi Michael Riley Bea bat Shendel Salvatore Thomas Bell Aryeh David Yudasi Etel bat Sarah Sandy Roberts Stephen Johnstone Allison Knapp Yoel ben Sissel Chaya Tova bat Sima Shifra Sarah Tamar bat Risa Toiba Miriam Chaya bat Malka Richard Sharp Eugene Stock Eva Blum Zelda Sora bat Muriel Bital Yisrael Ranan ben Shena Marsha Chana Frima bat Meir Golda Sarah bat Sarah Jonathan Armstrong Plonit bat Plonit Joanne Mason Trull Bernie Braun Rosha Leib ben Esther Ruchel Reza bat Dina Lonnie Moore Frank Segelski Max Bedakian Rina bat Malcha Chaim Avigdor ben Sipora Batya bat Sarah Chana Gila ben bat Gittel Jeff Patrick Erwin Burstein Yitzchak ben Chesha Shaul ben Chana Yonat Tzvi ben Hinda Naomi Weitzman Yaakov Weitzman Jennifer Levine David Avram ben Dvorlea Ellen Stockdale Carolyn Grossman Andrea Carvalho Surecha Dave Patty Sorrentino Nechafega bat Leah Jackie Szymanski Ruth bat Sabina Gary Spiesman Sarah bat Sarah John Espinoza Mindel bat Esther other names.
Yehoshua ben Etel, Tevi ben Chala.
William Scratney.
וכל הכלי מקהילה הקדושה הזאת, הקדוש ברוך הוא ימלא רחמים עליהם לחזקם ורפאותם וישלח להם מהרה רפואה שלמה מן השמיים, רפואת הנפש ורפואת הגוף בתוך שאר חולי ישראל, שבת היא מלזעוק, רפואה קרבה לבוא, השתה בגלה בזמן קריב ונאמר. Amen. Refuah Shlema. We rise for the lifting and tying of the Sefer Torah.
Yamod.
Avram ben Yaakov.
Avram ben Yaakov להגבהת התורה ואת הרבה שרה לאה בת דוד וקהילה לגלילת התורה. וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל כי אדוני ביד משה. תורה, 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 ציווה לנו משה. Torah, 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 ציווה לנו משה. Torah, 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 ציווה לנו משה. Torah, 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 ציווה לנו משה. מורשה קהילת יעקב. Morasha Kehilad Yaakov, Morasha Kehilad Yaakov, Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe.
We remain standing and return to our Sidurim, page 232, as we return the Sefer Torah to the Ark.
Yahalelu et Shem Adonai, ki nizgav Shemo levado, Hodo al eretz Shalom. It's Chaim Hilema Chazikim Bovetomchel Ushor Drochel Darcheinu Avachal Nativotel Shalom Hashivenu Adonai Elecha V'Nashuva Chadesh Yameinu Kekedem.
We remain standing for Chatzi Kaddish on 233, and then in the individual recitation of the Musaf Amidah between pages 234 and 239.
יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבו, ויעמוד יברוך חירותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיל כל בית ישראל, בגלו בזמן קריב אמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבו מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדור ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשו, לעילם מן כל ברכתו ושירתו, תושבחתו ונחמתו, דמירן בעלמו ואמרו אמן. Amen.
Feel free to continue if you're still reciting the Amidah. We rise for the beginning of the repetition. Page 234a, please rise.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu v'Elohei Avoteinu, Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak, v'Elohei Yaakov, Ha'el HaGadol HaGibor v'Hanora, El Elyon, Gomel Chasodim Tovim v'Konei HaKol, v'Zocher Chastei Avot, ומביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו ביהבה, מלך עוזר ומושיע ומגן, ברוך אתה אדוני, מגן אברהם, אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיי מתים אתה רב להושיע, מכלכל חיים בחסד, מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר. מי כמוך בעל גבורות ומדום מלך, מלך ממית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה, ונאמון אתה לחיות מתים, ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים. נקדש את שמך בעולם כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב על יד נביאך וקרא זה אל זה ויאמר. קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות, מלך הארץ כבודו, לעומתם ברוך יאמרו. ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו, דברי קודשך כתוב לאמור. ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, נצח נצחים, קדושתך נקדיש, שבחך אלוהינו מפנליים מושתי עולם ועד, כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני האל הקדוש.
You may be seated, page 236.
אתה אחד ושמך אחד ומקמך ישראל גוי אחד בארץ תפארת גדולה ועטרת ישועה יום מנוחה וקדושה לימך נתת אברהם יגל יצחק ירנן יעקב ובניו ינוחו בו מנוחת אהבה ונדבה מנוחת אמת ואמונה מנוחת שלום ושלווה והשקט ובטח מנוחה שלמה שאתה רוצה בה יכירו בניך וידעו כי מתך מנוחתם וימנוחתם יקדישו את שמך אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו רצה במנוחתנו קדשנו במצוותיך ותן חלקנו בתורתך סבנו מטובך ושמחנו בישועתך וטהר ליבנו לעבדך באמת והנחילנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה ורצון שבת קודשך וינוחו בה ישראל מקדשי שמך ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש השבת רצה אדוני אלוהינו בעמך ישראל ובתפילתם והשבת עבודה לדביר ביתך ותפילתם באהבה תקבל ברצון ותהי לרצון תמיד עבודת ישראל עמך ותחזינה עינינו בשובך לציון ברחמים ברוך אתה אדוני המחזיר שכינתו לציון מודים אנחנו לך. הטוב כי לא חלו רחמך, והמרחם כי לא תמו חסדיך, מעולם קיווינו לך, ועל כולם יתברך ויתרומם, שמך מלכנו תמיד לעולם ועד, וכל החיים יודוך סלה, והללו את שמך באמת, האל ישועתנו ועזרתנו סלה, ברוך אתה אדוני, הטוב שמך ולך נאה להודות, שלום רב על ישראל, עמך ועל כל יושבי תבל תושים לי עולם, כי אתה הוא מלך אדון לכל השלום וטוב בעיניך, לברך את עמך ישראל בכל עת ובכל שעה בשלומך, ברוך אתה אדוני, המברך את עמו ישראל בשלום.
Continue with Kaddish Shalem, page 247, we rise, and then Aleinu on 248.
יקדל ויקרא שמי רבה, וילמד דברי חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי כל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבו מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשו. לעילם ינקה ברכתה ושירתה, תשבחתה ונחמתה, תמירון בעלמה ואמרו תתקבל צלותנו ואהון דכל ישראל, קדם אברהם דבשמיא ואמרו, יהי שלום הרבה מן שמיא וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו, עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו, עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולה ליוצר, שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות, ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם, וגור עלינו ככל המונם, ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים, הקדוש ברוך הוא. ידעת, בשמך לא עושה לך כל מי תקרא כל בית. ככתוב בתורתך אדוני ימלוך לעולם וערב ונאמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד.
For those of mourning, those observing Yartzeit, Mourner's Kaddish, page 249. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemeh rabba, v'yalma divra kiruteh v'yamlich malchuteh, v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chaye dechol beit Yisrael, v'agalau v'zman kari v'imru, amen. Yehi shmeh rabba mevorach le'alam lomeh amaya, yiparach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh, V'yitadar v'yitale v'yitalal shmei dekudsha b'richu le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechamata da'amiran bi'alma v'imru. Amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Oseh shalom b'mromav hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. You may be seated. First of all, thank you, Yasher Koach, to our cantor, Mark Spindler, for leading us in Mincha and for reading Torah. Todah Rabbah. We are, well, at least to start, we are running very much on time, which is terrific. It is certainly my pleasure to welcome you to our Tikkun community, Tikkun Leil Shavuot. The first time we've been able to do this in person in 3 years, and certainly that is worth noting and celebrating. Bernie Weinstein's going to be the MC for most of the evening, but he asked if I could just kind of lead things off and introduce our keynote speaker. I do want to note that just in case you haven't been to a Tikkun Leil Shavuot or need a little refresher on what this is, the idea was that in the days leading up to the revelation at Mount Sinai, as told in the book of Exodus, there was a great deal of excitement, a great deal of anticipation. And there was so much anticipation, our sages teach us, that the Israelites, the night before the great moment of revelation, stayed up all night. And just as Shavuot is considered to be the anniversary of that revelation, we commemorate that every year, if possible, staying up all night and learning words of Torah. And now Torah is not just at least in this context, is not simply the 5 books of Moses, of course, although of course it is certainly our foundational text, but it is really any kind of Jewish text, anything that brings us closer to Jewish teaching and brings us closer to trying to understand what God expects from us here on earth. And so this is very much a sacred endeavor that we're going to be enjoying. We have, besides our keynote speakers, 6 other speakers throughout the night. We hope that you will stick around for as much as possible. If you feel a little tired, if you feel a little zonked, it's okay. Nobody's going to take offense. I certainly won't take offense when I'm speaking. I mean, that's really, you do what you want then. But just so we know that at 5 a.m., we will have a sunrise service, and so we can experience Revelation again as quickly, as early as we can on the first day of Shavuot. So I'm going to, sorry, one more thing before I bring up our speaker. The committee to put together this Tikkun Leil Shavuot, Bernie's not going to thank himself, so of course we have to we have to thank, of course, Bernie Weinstein, as well as Rachel Anderson, who has been recovering from a great deal of challenges to her health. She is, her mind is as vibrant as ever, and her motivation and her oomph is as vibrant as ever, and hopefully she's watching, and we thank her, as well as Mike Steckloff, who helped us with the theme and with also a lot of brainstorming about the speakers this year. I want to sincerely thank the members of this committee. So Toda Rabbah and Yasher Koach. So Rachel's coming late. Okay, so we'll get to thank her in person. Fantastic. Okay, awesome. So I just didn't see her there, so okay. So to bring up Mark Horowitz. Mark Horowitz is a Senior Vice President and Director of Project 412 at the JCC Association of North America, a project which seeks to transform the field of early childhood Jewish education across the continent through recruitment, retention, and professional development of new early childhood Jewish educators. Mark is an ordained cantor from Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion and has graduate degrees in sacred music, philosophy of education, and early childhood education. Horowitz has an honorary doctor of sacred music from that institution and received a special recognition award at the 2002 Van Cliburn Foundation International Piano Competition for Outstanding Amateurs. He was cantor and education director at the former Temple Beth Tzedek and the executive director of the Bureau of Jewish Education. Mark lives with his husband Tom in Akron and in Buffalo, and they have 10 children and 9 grandchildren. His talk tonight is entitled Revelation, I Was There Too. And so it is a pleasure to welcome him as our Tikkun's keynote speaker. Cantor Horowitz, Toda Rabbah.
So, first of all, I have handouts, so I need help for people to do that. Somebody on this side. Do that. Somebody, thank you. Number 2, if you're comfortable, and only if it's not COVID reasons that you're far away, this is a very spread out congregation. If you could get any closer, I will be able to see who you are. Do not have to move, but it's just so nice to see real people in front of me. Thank you. Yai bye bye, ya bye bye, yai bye 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 bye, yai bye bye, ya bye bye bye, yai bye bye, ya bye bye, yai bye 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 bye, yai bye bye, ya bye bye bye. Yai bye bye, ya 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 bye bye bye. Yai bye bye, ya 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 bye bye bye. Yai bye, yai bye, yai bye. Yai bye, ya bye bye bye. Yai bye bye, ya bye bye. Ya bye bye, ya bye bye. Yai bye bye, ya bye bye bye. Yai bye bye, ya bye bye. Ya bye bye, ya bye bye, ya bye bye, ya bye bye bye. There is a theory, one of many, that one of the textual bases for Tikkun Leil Shavuot is from a passage in the Zohar, a foundational work in the literature of Jewish mysticism, that Rabbi Shimon, who would sit up and study all night as a bride was about to be united with her husband, he would sit up with the bride all night as she studied the original texts and then the midrash, the stories about the text, and then the mystical interpretations of the texts. The passage that is particularly meaningful to me this evening is that Rabbi Shimon, with all his companions, would sing the songs of the Torah, and they would produce, every one of them, new interpretations of Torah and would together rejoice. We began with a nigun. Hopefully we'll end with it and you'll sing along this time. It's a wordless melody, simple or complex, slow and meditative or fast and jubilant, sung over and over and over again. It's a Hasidic tradition, and in nigunim are meant as mystical prayers and sacred practices, a path to deepen the soul, expand the spirit, and embrace the divine. This nigun we began with this evening was written by Zach Mayer from Boston, a singer, composer, and multi-instrumentalist. Nigunim, the plural, are meant to bring people together as we are doing here tonight. Tonight and through the morning, you will hear both traditional and new interpretations of Torah and our texts. I want to be very sure to characterize myself on the Jewish spectrum. I'm a liberal Jew who considers himself very religious, if not strictly observant of traditional rituals. It is important you know where I'm coming from, so if we don't agree with each other in our interpretations and our thinking about Jewish life and texts, we can find ways to wrestle with each other respectfully. I recently returned from Israel, where I brought our group to Tzipori, the geographic location of the original Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin is the ancient rabbinic court that was formed after the destruction of the Second Temple. While we sat in that very beautiful space, we studied the precepts of the Sanhedrin as a guide for our conversations in order to be respectful and productive. I'm going to suggest them to you tonight so that through the night we can use them for our many conversations as well. There are 4 I'd like to highlight. 1 is be in an open environment so everyone can see each other. Perfect. 2, ensure all voices are heard without intimidation of anyone. I know everyone who's speaking tonight will ensure that that happens. Make sure you're not surrounded only by those people who agree with you. Now, I don't know about the people sitting next to you, but I'm guessing across the aisles, we have a lot of people here who may not agree with each other. And the last one is a tougher one, and you can work on that as you move through the day. Each member knows how to argue both sides of the argument before making a decision. It's a really important and interesting thing. So Tikkun Leil Shavuot, the fixing of the night of Shavuot, as Rabbi already taught us, was that Jews felt that they had slept late. This is an additional interpretation. Jews felt that they slept late that morning that the Torah was given because they did not feel worthy of being present. It's another interpretation. By staying up the first night of Shavuot, we hope to correct this error and demonstrate our eagerness to learn and be connected to Torah. I want you to keep in mind that notion of feeling worthy of being present at the giving of the Torah, because it will become important in my own personal story. In the Sefaria Haggadah for Shavuot, Sefaria is a wonderful online tool. They call themselves a living library of Torah. It's home to 3,000 years of Jewish texts. You can find it at sefaria.org, and I suggest you look. It's It's a wonderful, important resource. We read the following reinterpretation of the 4 questions. Ma nishtana halayla hazeh mikol haleilot. What is so different on this night from all other nights? On all other nights, we eat all kinds of fruits. Just first fruits on this night. On all other nights, we eat all types of food. Now, milk and honey is the treat we like, for whatever reason you choose. On all other nights, we wear what we want. On this night, white is the look. On all other nights, we go early to bed, but tonight, we stay up all night. I'd like us to begin by reading the prayer on your resource sheet, which you can find. It is called A Prayer Before Prayer. It comes from the Eilat Chaim High Holy Day Machzor. Eilat Chaim is a living laboratory for the development and renewal of contemporary Jewish spiritual life. And we read together. I now prepare to unify my whole self, heart, mind, consciousness, body, passions, with this holy community, with the Jewish people everywhere, with all people everywhere, with all life and being, to commune with the source of all being. May I find the words, the music, the movements that will put me in touch with the great light of God. May the beauty of God rest upon us. May God establish the works of our hands, and may the works of our hands establish God. Tonight's theme, in the image of God, the dignity of every Jewish soul, Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks of blessed memory teaches us, and I quote, "After the Tower of Babel, the human condition has meant a world in which, though there is only one God, there are many languages and cultures, each with something unique to contribute to our collective heritage. We tell different stories, we practice different ways of life, yet we are all created in God's image. There are many faiths, but only one world in which we must learn to live together." We pause here for a moment of reflection, considering the mass shooting that happened here in our community just 3 weeks ago. And I repeat once more what Rabbi Sacks said, with just a twist. There are many faiths, many races, many ethnicities, but only one world in which we must learn to live together. We're going to take a few moments to study in Chavruta. We're going to ask you to do it in a particular way in just a moment. And we're going to explore this idea of Tselem Elohim, of being made in God's image, with the second test in a moment, but don't look at your pages, on the resource page. That comes from my own work in early childhood Jewish education and is one of the 7 Jewish lenses we use to provide an ethical model for living, a set of resources designed to help us experience increased sanctity in an increasingly confusing, commercial, and difficult world, and a language through which we can articulate a shared vision that we want to pass on to future generations. The work comes from our JCC Association of North America Early Learning Framework, and I'm happy to talk to you about this anytime in the future. This is what I'd like you to do. I want you to choose a partner or 2 near you. It would be great if they were people you didn't know, but I know you're not going to get up and do that. Read the little portion on that sheet, perhaps out loud. This is not a library. This is a house of study. Jewish study is noisy and replete with the sound of wrestling. What I'd like you to do is find phrases or words that catch your attention and talk about why they catch your attention, and do they ring true? Do you disagree with things you're reading and want to explore some questions with each other? Or do you love what you read and want to express why? Today, I want you to only think about questions. We're not looking for answers. Just ask questions of each other and just keep asking questions. This is a very short paragraph and one of many, many interpretations of Tselem Elohim. So I'm going to look at my watch, and I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to be able to do this. I expect to hear a lot of noise. If you're sitting not near someone, find someone to sit with or turn around and thank you. But I want to hear. You have 2 minutes. I know it's not enough. Yai bye bye, abba bye bye, ya bye 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 bye. Yai bye bye, abba bye bye bye. Yai bye bye, abba bye bye, ya bye 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 bye. Yai bye bye, yai bye 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 bye. It's better than turning the lights off, no? I'm wondering if there's anyone here who feels they'd like to just say something about what you read or what you spoke about, or the opportunity to sit quietly and, well, not quietly, and talk to people around you. Anybody willing to be brave? We're not going to ask you anything about it. We're just going to ask you to talk. Anyone? Did you all hear that? You all heard that? Yeah? So I said no answers, but now you get to answer. Anna Marie, you get. Is God evil, is what the question is. It's a remarkably important question that our children, that our neighbors, that people ask. People ask this question at the end of the Holocaust. People ask these questions all the time. And the reality is that it's up for each of us to figure out what that means and what it means to us. Because if we were to go around the room, I think a lot about the image of being made in the image of God I think I might anyway, but because of the work I do, working with young children, we have to think a lot of what we believe about children. And if we believe that people were made in the image of God, we believe that children were, obviously. And we have to understand who they are and what they're made of and how that looks and what that's about. So for me, I have no conflict with the fact that there's evil in the world and that I have an image of God. My image of God, which, by the way, call me, write to me, I'll come talk to you about it for hours and we can talk. It's a really important conversation to have. One of the things I always wondered about is people think about God and people don't think about God. People come to synagogue or don't, and they believe in God, they don't believe in God, and they dismiss it, and it's just who they are and what they are, and there's not a whole lot of thought about it. I used to say a long time ago that when people have problems with their relationships with their spouses or their children or even with friends, they go to therapy for hours and days and years. We spent 5 minutes on what we believe about God. It takes a lot of work to figure out what you think about that. And it changes as you change. I have no 2 days where I think about God in the same way. And there's never a day that I don't think about what that means because it's so important to me. So it's a beautiful question that I am not going to answer. Anybody else? A thought? I want to make you talk. Yes. And that's another important, you can think about this however you please. There are very few things that I wouldn't accept you to do except to do evil in the name of God. That's a whole other story. Here in the city, thank you for doing that with me. We'll get a chance to do a little bit more studying a little later. Here in the city of Buffalo tomorrow, we kick off Pride Week. Although if you've looked around Elmwood Avenue, the flags have been there for weeks and weeks. Tomorrow morning there will be a parade, and after that a festival, which will be a vibrant celebration of Western New York's LGBTQIA+ community. It's been 3 years since we have had a parade and a festival in Buffalo because of the pandemic. And yet tomorrow is, of course, the morning of Shavuot. And so there will be many people, because of their ritual observance, who will not be able to attend those festivities. And I think in light of that, I have been asked to connect this moment of reflection about our personal revelation with the advent of Pride. And so I'm going to attempt to share with you some of my own reflections of what revelation has meant in my personal journey, juxtaposed with what the rabbis tell us, that in every generation, each person should consider himself or herself, or I would add themselves, as having personally received the Torah on Mount Sinai. This short part of my talk is a glimpse into my personal wrestling of whether I deserved the honor of being present at Mount Sinai. As you may have read in the title of my conversation with you this evening, the painful reality for me is that the road to my personal revelation was a long and difficult one. I have been in pain over that for decades, and it is only in this last part of my life that I can stand here proudly to say I was indeed there too. How did I get to this place, and how did I get to this evening? My family was not religious, observant, or particularly involved in the practice of Judaism. However, they did enroll me in religious school at a young age in a very large conservative shul on Long Island. It was there where I had friends, soaked up the curriculum, went to school as many days as I possibly could, volunteered, helped my cantor teach others after I became a bar mitzvah, and graduated Hebrew high school as valedictorian of my class. Yes, there was such a thing as valedictorian of our Hebrew high school class. I won't tell you how many people there were because then it will tarnish the image I've just created. When I was 12 years old and in Hebrew school, I discovered what I would later come to understand was an attraction to one of my male classmates. It was something I thought about often, and I created in my own mind, and I created scenarios that could only have come from a 12-year-old. But I knew enough to realize that it was a bad thing, and I was certain I would be punished. That classmate of mine died of cancer at a very young age while we were in high school. And those many years later, I was certain it was my fault. Really, I really did. Yom Kippur became the time each year for me to confess that private sin that has haunted me for decades. When studying to become a bar mitzvah, I had a tutor who violated my personal space. We met in a closet, which was used as a study because there was no other room in the synagogue. I said nothing because I was ashamed, and I knew that it was somehow my fault. And I also knew that I had secretly enjoyed it. When confirmation came at age 16, and my rabbi, whom I adored, reminded us that we were there at Sinai and had the privilege of receiving Torah, I was sure I was nowhere to be found because there was something wrong with me. We had a big pageant in this very large sanctuary, and we marched down the center aisle, laying our sheaves of wheat on the bima. And I lay my sheaf of wheat on the bima in shame, knowing deep inside that I had no right to be there. Later, a few years, I went to the library and acquired, a kind way of saying stole, an original cast recording of The Boys and the Band, a groundbreaking 1968 play in which a surprise guest turns an evening upside down when he interrupts a gathering of gay men in New York City. It had a brief and very successful revival on Broadway in 2018. I listened to it endlessly when my parents were not at home to try and figure out what I could learn and where or how or if I fit in. I have no memory of how I even knew it existed. I have had to have listened to it hundreds of times over the years, and I couldn't find myself there either. But I was there somehow, and I didn't dare to believe it. Here's the kicker to my early stories. My uncle, my father's brother, has had a male partner since before I was born. They have been together in their professional and personal lives for over 72 years. I was in my late 20s before I even allowed it to occur to me that they might be gay. I was very close to them and spent an enormous amount of time in their home and in their school, and I never allowed it to even cross my mind. And oh, it was a secret, of course, and it remains a secret today. My grandmother kept asking my uncle when he was going to find a nice Jewish girl and settle down. I believed that's what he was looking to do. I was clearly there, and I knew what I was not supposed to see, and I knew what I was supposed to do, to ignore that revelation. I went to Hebrew Union College, Jewish Institute of Religion, School of Sacred Music, now the Debbie Friedman, I'm proud to say, School of Sacred Music, to study for the cantorate, and although that institution is very proud of their embracing of LGBT plus Jews today, in those days, they rounded up suspected gay people and warned them that any behavior expressing that lifestyle would not be acceptable, and they would be thrown out. I heard that message that was revealed to me in those days and those stories. And so, with all of the secrets and with all of the shame and all of the denials, I could believe or allow myself to believe that there was no way that I was gay. It was not acceptable. And so I got married to a woman. I want to be very clear with you, and this is so important to me. I loved my ex-wife, and our relationship was fulfilling in so many ways. We enjoyed each other. We were good parents together. We worked seamlessly as professionals together. And as many of you have, we laughed, we lived, we cried. And yet there was a secret that not only had I not revealed to her, but I honestly had not even revealed it to myself. I know how hard it is to understand that, but it's really true. And then, as so many of you know, the worst way that that revelation could happen did, publicly, and of my own accord, on TV, in the newspapers, and all over town. The world came crashing down around my family. So many members of this Jewish community, and most particularly my rabbi and friend, rallied around me and knew that this was the moment when I needed a community more than ever before in my life. I know that not everyone was willing to give me that support, indeed, quite the opposite. And I also know that not everyone feels that way today. However, so many people supported me that it allowed me to look deeply into myself and see what I had somehow always known and could never reveal to myself, that I was gay and that I could embrace it and be proud. That did not happen easily or immediately. It took a long time and a lot of therapy, a lot of friends, and the love and support of my incredible daughters and my amazing friends. When I was ready to return to the pulpit, Rabbi Mason suggested that my first return be on the high holidays, and that I stand before our very large congregation at that time to chant the Hineni prayer. So many of our prayers in Jewish life are us and we. On this occasion, the cantor stands up and in the first person singular chants, Hineni he'onim imas, nir'ash v'nifchad mipachad, yoshev tehilot Yisrael. Here I am, impoverished in deeds and in merit. But nevertheless, I come before you, God, to plead on behalf of your people Israel. And I chanted, and I wept, and it was a blessing and a gift, and one of the most difficult things I have ever done in my life. And it was the beginning of my journey to finally believing that I deserved to be present on Mount Sinai and receive the Torah. As all of my fellow LGBTQIA+ Jews, they were all there as well. And each year on Shavuot, I bow in gratitude for the ability to take my place in that tradition and know in my heart that is where I belong. I stand here this evening with enormous gratitude for this Buffalo Jewish community and will never forget the kindness and support of so many of you in this room and others who are not. My therapist said to me for years that when I became healthy and whole, which I'm still on the road to, and was able to accept who I am and celebrate that possibilities of my finding someone who had also done that work would appear, and that we together could continue to grow, face the world, unified, and with the tools we had individually and would collectively acquire, and live meaningful and productive lives. 21 years ago, my husband Tom appeared at the window of the original Pancake House for our first breakfast. And today we have our 5 children and their spouses and our 9 grandchildren, a remarkable group of friends whom we love and who support us, our challenges and our many celebrations, and we share them together. I was introduced to this commentary called Torah Queries several years ago and have had the gift of studying it with my friend and colleague Mike Steckloff as he guided us through 2 different conferences in my time in this community. Torah Queries, and I quote, builds on the history of feminist commentary by enlarging the circle of former outsiders who now claim the authority to participate in the process of expounding the Torah, and by demonstrating the fruitfulness of reading through queer lenses for all those interested in challenging the traditional readings of the Torah. Here I remind you of how I began, declaring my own proclivity for a rather liberal interpretation of Judaism and her ancient texts. In the spirit of Torah Queries, Rabbi Joshua Lesser writes about the book of Ruth, which we will read during Shavuot, and suggests the following. He says that Shavuot is one of the least celebrated of our major Jewish holidays for many reasons. And among them, he suggests, is that on Sukkot we experience a theme we understand, the theme of vulnerability. He says that on Pesach we explore the themes of liberation and freedom, but that Shavuot is just much more complex. Therefore, Rabbi Lesser suggests, might we turn to the book of Ruth for wisdom? And he posits that because of this Megillah, it really should be one of the most popular, as he says, among queer folk. I quote from a passage of his drash. A famine forces Naomi to flee Canaan, her homeland, with her husband and sons. Ultimately, she finds herself in the valleys of Moab, a widow, and the witness of the death of both of her sons. Her status is as low as it possibly could be in her society and time. What queer person cannot relate to Naomi's fate at one time or another, feeling lonely, without family, without support, without a clear picture of the future? Surely many of us remember a time like that. If we are lucky like Naomi, that reality changes when she encourages her daughters-in-law to return to a more certain future with security and promise. One daughter-in-law, Ruth, stays and pledges an oath of fidelity, inextricably binding her life to Naomi's forever, giving us one of the Torah's most poignant examples of a family of choice. Rabbi Lesser also suggests that Ruth's pledge is so complete that some people might question if there is more than a mother-daughter bond between them. Could it have been that of a life partner? Indeed, many people, gay and straight folk alike, use Ruth's pledge as part of their lifelong commitment to each other in weddings and commitment ceremonies. The text does not answer what their relationship is, but the question itself is important because it allows us to wonder. Vatomer Ruth, אל תפגעי בי לעוזבך, לשוב מאחרייך. כי אל אשר תלכי אלך, ובאשר תליני אלין. עמך עמי ואלוהיך אלוהי. עמך עמי ואלוהיך אלוהי. באשר תמותי אמות, ושם אקבר. כה יעשה אדוני לי, וכה יוסיף. כי המוות יפריד ביני ובינך. Ruth said, "Do not urge me to leave you or to return from following you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God shall be my God. Where you die, I will die. Where you will be buried, I will be buried. And only death will be able to separate me from you." Wonder is indeed what we do on this sacred night. And as I begin to come towards a conclusion here, I ask that together we read on the other side of your resource page a poem by Merle Feld. And afterwards, I'm going to give you a few minutes in your chavruta to talk about what it might mean to you, what it's about, and how it might help us thinking about Revelation. It's called We All Stood Together, and it was dedicated to Rachel Adler. And together we read. It's a hard poem to read, so we'll do our best. My brother and I were at Sinai. He kept a journal of what he saw, of what he heard, of what it all meant to him. I wish I had such a record of what happened to me there. It seems like every time I want to write, I can't. I'm always holding a baby, one of my own, or one for a friend. Always holding a baby. So my hands are never free to write things down. And then, as time passes, the particulars, the hard data, the who, what, when, where, why, slip away from me. And all I'm left with is the feeling, but feelings are just sounds, the vowel barking of a mute. My brother is so sure of what he heard. After all, he's got a record of it. Consonant after consonant after consonant. If we remembered it together, we could recreate holy time, sparks flying. Take a few minutes to just unpack it with yourself, with the people around you. I'm just going to look at 4 or 5 minutes. Yai bye 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 yai bye 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 yai bye 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 yai bye 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 yai bye 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 yai bye bye yai bye bye bye. I hope you'll continue to do this throughout the night, the day, the weeks, the months. I would like to leave a few minutes at least at the end of our time for any questions or thoughts, although I am happy to talk to you anytime. But I want to end with a beautiful piece that I hope will give you pause for your own reflections. You have the words to it at the bottom of the resource, and I don't care if you sing along or not this time, because this is what I'd like you to do. I'm going to sing it 3 times, and I would like you to think about it the following way. The name of this beautiful melody is Ken Yehi Ratzon. May it be God's will, may it be so, may it happen, maybe I'll put a stamp on it. And the first time I'm going to sing it, the words are the same except for pronouns. I would like you to think about yourself and think how the words can be helpful to you. How do you be safe? How do you be free? And where do you find space? And then the second time, I'd like you to sing it for someone else. Someone who's always there to support you. Someone who's around. Someone who you want to give that feeling to. Or someone who's really difficult in your life that you'd like to bring that to. Or both, if you can handle that in your head. And the third time we sing it for a community. All of the communities that you belong to, your families, your synagogue, your Jewish community, your communities around town, whatever they are. This was written by Ilana Arian, a very talented young musician and composer. May I be safe, may I be free. May I find space to just be. Ken Yehi Ratzon, Ken Yehi Ratzon, may I find my way back home. Ken Yehi Ratzon, Ken Yehi Ratzon, may I find my way back home. May you be safe, may you be free, may you find space to just be. Ken Yehi Ratzon, Ken Yehi Ratzon, may you find your way back home. Ken Yehi Ratzon, Ken Yehi Ratzon, may you find your way back home. May we be safe. May we be free. May we find a space to just be together. Ken yehi ratzon, ken yehi ratzon. May we find our way back home. Ken yehi ratzon, ken yehi ratzon. May we find our way back home. I want to just say thank you. This was not easy for me. Familiar faces helped. Spending a long time thinking about it. Mike daring me to do this, although he didn't know that's what he was doing when he asked me to do this. It was a gift. Tom for listening to me complain for weeks about whether I take the risk or whether I just come up and teach something. So I taught about me, and I taught about my Jewish life and who I am, and it feels good, and I'm very grateful. And it feels scary, and I'm very grateful. So I am going to one last time do this nigun with you so we can have a denouement, a little bit of a let's fall out of this. And then I think we have about 4 or 5 minutes left if you would like to say anything or think anything or be able to. I'm happy for you to do that, and I'm always happy to have you do that in between our breaks and also anytime if you want to get in touch. Yai bye bye, yava bye bye, yai bye 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 bye, yai bye bye, yava bye bye bye, yai bye bye, yava bye bye, yai bye 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 bye, yai bye bye, yava bye bye bye, yai bye bye, yava bye, yai bye bye, yava bye, yai bye bye, yava bye bye bye, yai bye bye, yava bye, yai bye bye, yava bye, yai bye bye, yai bye bye bye, yai bye, yai bye, yai bye, yai bye, yai bye 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 bye, yai bye bye, yava bye. Yai bye bye, ya bye bye, yai bye bye, ya bye bye bye, yai bye bye, ya bye bye, yai bye bye, ya bye bye, yai bye bye, yai bye bye bye. Thank you. Silly to ask you to talk now, but I'm around if you'd like to. There must be an announcement for what happens next.
Mark, a heartfelt and sincere yasher koach for sharing Torah, sharing perspectives, and most importantly, sharing of yourself. I should, one idea that definitely resonated, even though this may not have been the main thing you were trying to convey, you mentioned about being valedictorian of your religious school class. I graduated high school from a tiny Jewish day school. I was part of a class of 7. And I have always relished the opportunity to note that I was in the top 10 of my graduating class, and that's certainly been one of my proudest accomplishments. In all seriousness, it takes a great deal of koyach, a great deal of strength to be able to take time and share of yourself and to give of your heart. And I admit not to have not been familiar with some of the struggles that you referred to, and I am grateful for the knowledge and grateful for you to be a part of our community. So toda rabah. In a moment where we're going to recite the Mariv service, the service for the conclusion of Shabbat, and then right into the beginning of the holiday of Shavuot. That will include a very brief and modified Havdalah, which will explain a little bit about what that entails. It's pretty quick. And once we've done that, then we'll have a little bit of time before our next speaker at 10 p.m. And after Mariv, we can have some refreshments. As I mentioned at services this morning, this is not only Chag HaShavuot, it is also Simchat Cheesecake. Or whatever kind of milchig you enjoy. So we look forward to enjoying some refreshments in a little bit and throughout the night. We return to our Sidurim, and we go into the prayer service for the evening of a festival. Will include passages that have to do with the festival of Shavuot, but also include a paragraph where we talk about the end of Shabbat. We find it on page 28 in our Sidurim. Please rise, page 28.
Baruchu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach Li'olam Va'ed. Umavir yom, umevi laila, umavdil ben yom uben laila, Adonai tzvaot shemo, Elchai v'kayam, etamid yimloch aleinu li'olam va'ed, Baruch atah Adonai, hama'ariv aravim. Ki he mechayenu v'yorech yameinu v'hem nehege yomam v'layla v'yahavotcha al tosim imenu li'olamim baruch atah Adonai ohev amo Yisrael Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך וקשרתם לאות על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך. Adonai Eloheinu lechem emet. המעביר בנו בין גזרי ים סוף, את רודפיהם ואת צונאיהם בתומות טיבה, וראו בניו גבורתו, שבחו והודו לשמו, ומלכותו ברצון קיבלו עליהם, משה ובני ישראל, לך אנו שירה בשמחה רבה, ויאמרו כולם, מי כמוך ואלוהים אדוני, מי כמוך נדע בקודש, נורא תהילה נוסף אליו, מלכותך ראו בניך, בוקע ים לפני משה, זה אלינו, ויאמרו אדוני מלוך לעולם ועד, ונאמר כי פדה אדוני את יעקב וגאלו מיד חזק ממנו, ברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל. ושמור צאתנו ובואנו לחיים ולשלום מעתה ועד עולם, ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך, ברוך אתה אדוני הפורש סוכת שלום עלינו ועל כל עמו ישראל ועל ירושלים.
Please rise, the sixth line in Hebrew on page 34.
וידבר משה את מועדי אדוני אל בני ישראל, אל בני ישראל.
Moses proclaimed the festivals of Adonai before the people Israel.
יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבה, ויעלמוד יברח חירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכנו ויומכנו וחיי לכל בית ישראל, בגולה וזמן קריב ויאמרו אמן. וישמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי קודשו בריחו, לילה מן קבחתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, תמירן בעלמו ויאמרו אמן.
We remain standing reciting the Amidah for festivals, page 41 through 44. We include relevant passages for Shavuot. We also include, beginning at the bottom of 41, the additional paragraph for Saturday night, the conclusion of Shabbat. Feel free to continue with your recitation of the Amidah if you need more time. Kaddish Shalem is on page 48 in the middle.
יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבה, וילמד יברך חירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכנו ויומכנו וחי לכל בית ישראל, בעגלו מזמן קרב יאמרו, יהי שמי רבה מבורך, לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשו לעילם מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דאמירן בעלמא ואמרו תתקבל צלותנו ואותן דכל ישראל קדם אבוהם די ושמע ואמרו יהי שלום רבו מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן.
So we'll remain standing for the Kiddush for festivals on page 50. Now, one thing to note about this is this also coincides with a modified Havdalah. We don't use spices for Havdalah because the sweetness of Yom Tov, of a major holiday, is still very much with us. And then when it comes to the lights, we don't strike a new light, we don't light a new match, but we can use pre-existing light source, which for this room, light bulbs, totally fine. So when we get to Borei Me'orei Ha'esh, thanking God for lights, we could just do this to the light bulbs, perfectly fine. Page 50.
So Shehechayana?
We do Shehechayana.
I do. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei pri hagafen Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol am v'romamanu mikol lashon v'kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'titen lanu Adonai Eloheinu b'yahava moadim l'simcha חגים וזמנים לששון את יום החג השבועות הזה זמן מתן תורתנו מקרא קודש זכר ליציאת מצרים קיוונו בחרת ואותנו קידשת מכל העמים ומועדי קודשך בשמחה ובששון הנחלתנו ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש ישראל והזמנים ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם בורא מיורי האש ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם המבדיל בין קודש לחול בין אור לחושך בין ישראל לעמים בין יום השביעי לששת ימי המעשה בין קדושת שבת לקדושת יום הטוב הבדלת ואת יום השביעי מששת ימי המעשה קידשת הבדלת וקידשת את עמך ישראל בקדושתך ברוך אתה אדוני המבדיל בין הקודש לקודש ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
Remain standing for Aleinu 51.
עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל לתת גדולה ליוצר שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונם ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא ככתוב בתורתך, אדוני ימלוך לעולם וערב, ונאמר, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו אחד.
For those in mourning, those observing Yahrzeit, mourners Kaddish, page 52.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה. יאמר דברה קירותך וימליך מלכותך. ויכון ויומכון חיי בכל בית ישראל. וגאלה בזמן קריב ויאמרו. ושמי רבה מברך לעולם ועולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא. ויתהדר ויתהלל ויתהלל שמי קודשה בריחו לעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו amen. May be seated. Let's go off to the cantor for leading us. Yigdal, page 53. יגדל אלוהימך וישתבח, נמצא וילד אל מציאותו, אחד ואין יחיד כייחודו, נעלם וגם אין סוף לאחדותו, אין לו דמות הגוף ואין הגוף, לא נערוך אליו קדושתו, קדמון לכל דבר אשר נברא, ראשון ואין ראשית לראשיתו, הינו אדון עולם וכל נוצר, יורה גדולתו ומלכותו, שפע נבואתו נתנו, אל אנשי סגולתו ותפארתו, לא קם בישראל כמו שעוד, נביא ומביט את אמונתו, תורת אמת נתן לעמו אל, על יד נביאו נאמן ביתו, לא יחליף האל ולא ימיר דתו, לעולמים לזולתו, צופה ויודע סתרנו, מביט לסוף דבר בקדמות. גומל לאיש חסד כמפעלו, נותן לרשע רע כרישתו, ישלח לקץ ימין משיחנו, לפדות מחכה קץ ישועתו, מתים יחיה אל ברוב חסדו, ברוך הדעת שם תהילתו, מתים יחיה אל ברוב חסדו, ברוך הדעת
Let's take advantage of some of the refreshments out in the courtyard. We will resume here at 10 p.m. 10:30? My mistake, 10:30. More time to eat and anything else?
The coffee is not decaf.
Leaded.
It's regular.
Okay, awesome.
Just to keep that's important for some.
All right, 10:30 back in here.
Thank you. Oh, a cousin. Once a week is a treat. Thank you. I heard you together. Thank you. Hello.
Wow, where was the wedding?
It was at the So what happened was I was about, it's on Sharon. So what happened was I had a time I wanted to leave, and when I was about to leave, it started with toast, and you can't really get up and leave.
Toast.
So I listened to bunch of, so I'm sorry.
Oh, my God.
You got your steps
How many toasts did you drink?
I walked so fast to get here. I was there and I watched the whole time, but I was like, I'm so close and it's starting.
It's good to get your steps in for the day.
Exactly.
For sure you'd be here. 2 in the morning, 3 were after.
Oh, 2 or 3 in the morning.
Well, that's what he told us. Especially you.
You guys hear that congratulations are in order? or sympathy. I like to be positive, but it's very exciting.
It's a new adventure.
Exactly. Adventures are good.
A new adventure, yes. It's a little, as Harvey Sanders said to me, he ran out of excuses. So
They get you eventually.
well, I wouldn't do it because I lived in Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
And I was around
Yeah.
so I don't have the excuse
Yes, you
anymore.
got
I don't have that excuse. So I have March is counting the days until. But you know what? It's the same executive committee. So the team is the same.
Yeah.
We just changed parts.
Just changing positions, yeah.
Yeah, but
Sounds really exciting.
I'm curious what my every sister had an adventure.
Oh, so you're waiting to see what yours is.
I keep telling them this I know. My favorite hit
Maybe you'll be the president without the major adventure.
from your mouth to God's ear. So forgive me if I don't make it to your talk.
No
It's
worries.
already past my
No
bedtime.
worries. I tell everyone in my life that I'm not, no pressure to hear me speak it to
Yes, it is exciting. But I've been asked before, and I just was through it. Because I worked for somebody else. I lived in Niagara Falls.
Wasn't that
And
now it is.
I have no excuse. So yes, thank you. So what kind of are you going to do for me? We'll find something.
Keep going. I'm happy to be on this committee again next year. It was so nice to work with Bernie and Rachel. So much fun.
I've known Bernie for probably at least 30 years, and Rachel, I don't even know how long. Yeah. Bernie's kids and our kids were in U.S. Army. They're now in their 40s. How's the weather?
So I sat back down.
Yeah, my doctor was telling me for like the last 5 years.
And so you don't are you waiting till next year? I'll be there, and I'm not. Like, but they do stuff like that. And the parents, you know,
Right. But you know, I've never been
coincidentally, they had
talking about
how are your beautiful boys?
Well, yeah.
I think there's been here. You know, there's one who's educators. He said, you know, good education.
Now, I've been down there to a job, you have to do some
The whole
crazy job, and we were down there, and I remember going to see it, and actually going down there's like a near Tampa. My brother-in-law is they live in Dunedin. It's a little suburb of Clearwater. It's just darling.
and they put up for Shavuot. They all looked for the food. They had gold.
This is Clearwater, and then a little past, right near the Greek
and we would do a cantata and the whole thing. But when we moved up there, you had to place your and I actually and the rabbi saying, you were there. So it felt like it was and however, and it's not like I ever did it. But I never had aside from that moment.
Do they grow very well on their own?
Yeah, and very good. And I was worried that I didn't
I have a few pictures. We planted sunflower trees one year, and the boys were still pretty young. And the sunflowers just grew, 12 feet high. I mean, they just towered over.
When they have a little growth chart.
Yeah.
and that made the difference. But that made now we never not having seen each other before.
It's nice to be in Yalta together.
Well, that's
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's just beautifully done. And I love when you can see what you're talking about.
Right.
Still a little bit of a mystery. Right. So it's beautifully done.
So you said you live in Akron.
So we,
Akron, okay. I know the area well, so
it's
yeah.
30 minutes from here.
It's fair enough.
So I was here with the kids from growing up from 1980 to 2000.
So actually, I'm actually right after Shavuot, like the morning after Shavuot, I'll be talking a little bit about the purpose of that trip during my talk. Much later on, but just, you know, it's, you know, yeah, it was a great place to grow up, which of course I didn't realize after. Oh, of course.
Not every place is like that. Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah, yeah. Ah, I got you.
Like Denver.
Sure, no, I.
But it's a great community. Yeah.
Remember that with at least some similarities, if you don't get stuff. And how he just wrote about how much, you know, and all the things he said about her, like, it sounded so familiar based on what Gil said about being like, sure.
There are 4,000 things that have to just over there. You don't get everything's like that too. So it's like really looking forward to doing Monday.
Can you get up on the seat? Can you give me a boost, Jeremy?
Or we can ask them to lower the table. I don't know how to do it. The table
I do
lowers.
enjoy like speaking.
I can stand. You know what? I'll put it here. And if I need to bring it.
live on here. Yeah.
Larry, how do you lower the table?
I mean, there's some great.
I know you can lower the reading table.
It's not lowered already.
They were
No.
struck badly too.
There's a button. I'll find Harvey. Do you know how to
No,
lower
no,
the
it's
table?
okay. It's okay.
No. There's a button.
Harvey's the expert.
It's fine. It's so good to see you.
There's a button? Are we talking about this button or is this?
Can't butt by accident.
I was just gonna say, is this the button? Let's find out. And then like the entire
It
police
just looks
squad
like
shows
it's
up.
as low as it goes.
It's been.
You know what I mean?
I've never, I didn't know it raised or
Yeah, well, it's
lowered.
part of the universal design thing.
Well, aren't we?
There's no button. It just, you just
Well, see, that's
go
why.
down.
That's why I was confused. I didn't know what they were referring to. I knew this did that.
Yeah, I don't know if that helps you.
Doesn't, but it's okay. I mean, but that's good to know.
Yeah. So the beauty of it
It'll
is
help me
like,
the next time I lean.
I mean,
Now it's at your level.
yeah. I mean, that's really what it's for. It's for leaning.
That's cool. No, I can
Or
take
wheelchair or
advantage.
alio.
It's so neat.
But
Oh,
The
this
world
building.
we could spin it around.
It's okay.
If you want
It's
to,
okay.
if you want to
Thank
the
you.
other way. So,
I'll still have to see it for
How do you want to speak?
just right there, standing. is
with her
good.
mouth. With her mouth. You know.
That's what we're discussing.
Anything is allowed. You could stand on top of this. We're gonna have.
There's just
No,
this.
it's just this lowers. That's it.
Okay.
So it doesn't help her on the other side.
Okay.
I mean, we could flip it
We were
around.
just experimenting if I could
You know,
see it. It's okay. Really.
We could get you a booster seat.
Sure, we could rotate it. I mean, we really.
It's okay. I'm just gonna sit for a little.
Before you got
Is that a good height chair for you?
too low. That's what we're trying to do. That's what they were
The days when my nightmares are long gone.
I look forward to seeing you at YZJ.
amazing husband. He didn't drink caffeine when we met. He still doesn't? I did, you know, for someone so active in Temple, I did not know he was more. Observing.
Do not take the coffee, yes, Steve? Take
All right,
the
well,
coffee.
look at your email address, cappuccino.
And my car.
In your car, yeah.
If you are still in the courtyard, we invite you to re-enter the sanctuary as our next talk is about to begin. The next speech will begin in approximately 2 minutes.
Sorry, what's that? I tried.
Good try, Rabbi.
Yeah.
Or you getting mic'd up? No, that's good. There's another table.
I came in.
I'm not worthy.
Oh, come on. I'm the one who's not worthy.
No, no. You were the most.
What is this?
And he's got the other.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thrilled to be here this evening. 3 long years of isolation. It's been a long 3 years. Before I introduce our next presenter, I would like to thank my committee, who deserve, excuse me, all the accolades for organizing this year's Tikkun. Ellen Lipper, who was in charge of the food that will hopefully keep us sustained until the breakfast. Now that's a misnomer, because how do we break the fast when we've been noshing all night? Next is Mike Steckloff, who wrote an article for the Jewish Journal and who made sure that we got space in the edition. Yeah?
Sarah's actually next up.
Pardon?
I'm not next.
I know you're not.
Oh, sorry.
I'm thanking you for the work you did on my committee. Please, please pay attention. That's okay, you got me a laugh. Thank you. And the other thing that he did for us was to secure our wonderful keynote speaker. And yes, I did hear every word you said. And I thought you were amazing. For us, of course, we thank Rabbi Adam for his ideas, creativity, and support. And I thank you, Rabbi, for those wonderful words you said about me. Just so you know, I was listening to the whole program. I even tuned in for the service at the beginning. But I must say, you could have lowered the bar a little bit. But I'll try. Last, but by no means least, is my very dear friend and co-chair, who was left with all the heavy lifting. And even though I left him in the lurch by having the audacity to get sick, he bears me no ill. Now that's a true friend. Bernie, I thank you with all my heart. And now let me present to you someone who needs no introduction. She is well loved and admired throughout the community. Rabbi Sarah Rich is the executive director of Hillel of Buffalo. She has served in this role for 5 years and is proud to work with her staff and volunteer team to support Jewish college students at UB and other local campuses. Prior to Buffalo, Sarah served as a campus rabbi at the Princeton Hillel. She was ordained from the Hebrew Union College in New York. Today, Sarah is a member of Temple Beth Tzedek, the chair of the Buffalo Board of Rabbis and Cantors, and a board member for the Buffalo JCC. She lives in Williamsville with her husband Ezra and 3 daughters, Miriam, Sivan, and Naomi. 3 beautiful little girls. I love them. I give you Rabbi Sarah Rich.
Thank you so much, Rachel. I'm organized. So thank you everybody for being here this evening, and Chag Sameach, and thank you Temple Beth Tzedek for hosting our learning this evening. I was thinking about B'Tselem Elohim, our theme for the night, and we use it often to jump into the assumption, the correct one, I'll spoil that for you, the correct one, that all human beings are worthy of being treated with dignity. But I thought, like, what is dignity exactly, and where else do we see it in Judaism? And wouldn't it be fun to take a little tour of dignity throughout Judaism? So we're not going to make every stop. We just have an hour, and there's thankfully a lot of it. But we can spend some time seeing where the idea comes from and how we do it exactly. And the most interesting part, of course, is what happens when dignity comes in conflict with some other commandment, which happens from time to time. So then how do we handle it? So that's what we're going to do in the next, until 11:30. So first of all, before we keep talking about dignity, I thought it would make sense to define dignity as best we can collectively, so that we know really what we mean as we talk about it for the rest of the session. What is dignity? Someone give me a definition, and then we'll build off of it. And be nice and loud so everyone in the room can hear, please. Respect. Respect? Good. What else?
Confidence in yourself.
Confidence in yourself. Thank you, Mike.
Self-worth.
Self-worth.
Treating people as you wish to be treated.
Very nice.
Sense of who you are.
Beautiful. So sense of who you are, finding worth and confidence in that sense. Anything else to add?
Living in an ethical way.
Say more.
Finding worth in other people, even when they look as if they're worthless because of their disabilities or their old age or because they have mental issues, but still there's dignity in them.
So not casting anybody aside because of their differences or judging. Good. Helen, did you want to? Was there anything else? No. Okay. Beautiful. No, it's okay. Okay, so that gives us a lot to start with. So you have your source sheet, and I apologize that among the things I didn't get around to for Shabbat included stapling them. So I hope that you have some portion of the 2-page document, and that you can make a new friend by sharing. So let's start at the literal beginning, the chapter where the universe is created. And we have Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, where everything else has been created, and we get to the creation of humans. And it says, "And God created humankind in the divine image, creating it in the image of God." So B'Tselem Elohim, that's where that comes from, creating them male and female. So what is the connection? By the way, I'm going to be asking you questions, you're going to be answering, you're going to be talking to each other. This is not a speech, so I just hope you'll feel comfortable answering, responding, and again, just nice and loudly for everybody. But what is the connection, first of all, between B'Tselem Elohim, being created in the image of God, and dignity? Can someone draw that line for us? Because I don't want to take it for granted. How did we get there? Bernie. Because what does it do to your mind?
I mean, it sets the stage.
Okay, good. Thank you. Rabbi.
I don't remember whether Rashi was quoting a midrash of this was Rashi's interpretation himself. If memory serves, I think he likened it to
Good. We're going to see that inside, in fact. Thank you. Okay. So, Pirkei Avot, which it's actually customary to study between Pesach and Shavuot, so we're right in it. If you didn't get any in, this is your last moment. Rabbi Akiva used to say, "Beloved is man, human, for he was created in the image of God, B'Tselem Elohim. Especially beloved is he, for it was made known to him that he has been created in the image of God." So the gift isn't, although it's nice, to be created in the image of God, but even more, to have that awareness that you're created in the image of God. So I'll ask you again, why does that matter?
It elevates in each person's mind their own self-worth, their own sense that they mean something, that they count, and that we're all relevant and part of something.
Beautiful.
There's also the expectation of how I should behave in life.
Aha. Right. So it makes you feel good, but it also gives you something to aspire to. There's a responsibility there.
When you're given a gift, there's just kindness and accepting it in a particular way and using it and understanding it. If it was given with intent, then you have to figure out what you're going to do with it and use it according to the way it is.
Yeah. So I'm hearing that exactly, that there's a grace, a kindness to it, but that element of responsibility. Very nice.
I think also the realization that, whatever a person, like jumping off of what Rachel said and what we were talking about, during Antiorchis' session a little bit with also the groups, the idea that if you think of, we don't have a pictorial image of God.
Right.
So the idea is that, when you look at another person, if they are in the image of God, it doesn't matter what they look like, it doesn't matter how they respond to things, it doesn't matter, whether their skin color or their religion or any of that, it's irrelevant because, we don't experience God as a concrete object. And so we shouldn't look at people that way either. Deeper. We hopefully will look deeper.
Yeah, right. And so, right, how can you be in the image of something that doesn't supposed to look like anything, right? And so what you're saying is it's not about something you see. Yeah.
If you thought God looked like somebody totally different than you, then how could you think of yourself as being created in their image?
Right.
Because that's not, if all you're looking at is the outside. So I think there's, it hopefully pushes us to look deeper.
Yes. Yes.
You could look at it as a kind of commandment not to be judgmental.
Yeah, which we need, don't we? Right? All of us. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
The story of Adam and Eve, where mankind, or humankind is defined, the distinction, we start out as animals. We have all these animals in the Garden of Eden, and man being created in the image of God, it's all about how we are different than the animals. And we talk, the tree of knowledge, there are all these animals around, none of them are attracted to, nor is the tree of life even relevant, except to man, and we are tempted. And so it's that complex quality of what we are in the image of God.
Right, of having that awareness and, the interest, the temptation, right? So having to make those choices, grappling with that. Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to move us to a section of the Mishnah, Sanhedrin, which is famously quoted, different parts of it. And then when you realize that all these famous parts all come together, it becomes like a best hits album of Mishnah. So get excited. it was for this reason that man was first created as one person, Adam, to teach you that anyone who destroys a life is considered by Scripture to have destroyed an entire world, and anyone who saves a life is as if he has saved an entire world. So we've probably heard this one before. And also to promote peace among the creations, that no man would say to his friend, my ancestors are greater than yours. And also so that heretics will not say, there are many rulers up in heaven. And also to express the grandeur of the Holy One, blessed be God. For a man strikes many coins from the same die, and all the coins are alike. So this is the stamp. But the King of Kings, the Holy One, strikes every man from the die of the first man, right, from Adam. And yet no man is quite like his friend. Therefore, every person must say, for my sake, the world was created. So all these comments that I heard at the beginning about the dignity, the confidence, the joy even that we feel from being made in God's image, we see that exactly here, right? That our uniqueness is what makes us special. And Rabbi Irving Greenberg, in his book, The Jewish Way, says it so beautifully that I'm just going to quote him. Because humans are the image of God, they are endowed by their Creator with three intrinsic dignities. So dignity in three parts. Infinite value. So that's to save a life is to save the world. Equality. My ancestor is no better than yours because we're all from the same one. And uniqueness. That our dignity is that there's nobody like any of us. And that makes us divine, special, needed. So now we've established we have dignity, great, but what do we do with it? So let's find out. Vayikra Rabbah quotes a verse from Proverbs. The merciful man does good to his own soul. And the rabbis want to know, okay, what does that mean? So they tell a story of Hillel, the elder, who was at the time departing from his students, and he would walk with them. And they said, Rabbi, where are you going? He said to them to fulfill a commandment. And I'm sure they were very excited, like he was going to go, I don't know, put on tefillin again, or something really, really religious. And he said, I'm going to bathe in the bathhouse. They said to him, is this really a commandment? He said to them, yes. Just like regarding the statues of kings that are set up in the theaters and the circuses, the one who is appointed over them bathes them and scrubs them, and they give him sustenance. And furthermore, he attains status with the leaders of the kingdom. I, who was created in the divine image, B'Tselem Elohim, as it is written, for the image of God, he made man, even more so. So if you can picture this, when he takes himself to the bathhouse and he cuts his nails and does his hair and whatever he does there, he's maintaining, right? And sees this as a mitzvah, to maintain the body, the person that he is, the one that God created. So what I think is very interesting is that you might expect that this verse at the beginning of Genesis would be what would be quoted here, but it's not. It is Genesis 9:6, and if you look it up, this is right after, or right embedded in the commandment to not murder. And the next commandment, the next verse immediately after that is the commandment to be fruitful and multiply. So right between that, any kind of bloodshed should be avenged, and then you should be fruitful and multiply, and make the world keep going. Right in the middle of that is that we are that God created us, so that our humanity is one that is meant to be treated with the utmost sanctity, that we don't take someone's life, and that we keep our lives going. So do you feel that like the dignity is really intertwined with life itself? So continuing on the thread of not murdering, of not shedding blood, this appears in the Talmud in Bava Metzia. It was taught before Rabbi Nachman bar Isaac, He who shames a fellow person in public, it is though he has shed blood, which is their euphemism for murder. Rabbi Nachman replied, indeed, in the face of the embarrassed person, we see the redness depart and paleness takes its place. Which I always thought was interesting because we think of blushing when you're embarrassed, but they picture blanching when you're embarrassed. Either way, the blood is, is flowing, and not in a positive way for the person who is feeling shamed. So this likening of shaming someone, doing some kind of harm, injury to their dignity, is akin to killing them. Okay. So shifting gears a little bit, I told you we're exploring. One of the places that I find most interesting where dignity shows up are in the laws of tzedakah. And so we're zooming forward a few centuries to Maimonides, who beautifully codifies the laws of tzedakah. And it shows up in a couple of different places really throughout, but he starts with talking about tithing and then moves into a more of an urban setting where tzedakah is really about giving funds to people in need for their basic household needs, and as we'll see, more than that. One is commanded to give to a poor person according to what he lacks. If he has no clothes, they clothe him. If he has no utensils for a house, they buy them for him. If he does not have a wife, they arrange a marriage for him. If the poor person is a woman, they arrange a husband for marriage for her. Even if it was the custom of a person who was rich but is now a poor person to ride on a horse with a servant running in front of him, and this is a person who fell from his station, bought a lot of Bitcoin, and bad idea. They buy him a horse to ride upon and a servant to run in front of him, as it is said in Deuteronomy, sufficient for whatever he needs. You are commanded to fill whatever he lacks, but you're not commanded to make him wealthy. So times have not changed. Resources are always scarce, and you want to help people, but you have to figure out how to give people what they need and to make things stretch for everybody in need. So what are your initial reactions that for somebody, and I'm really interested in, I think we could all kind of agree, yes, you help someone with their home, build a life for themselves, but this person who's accustomed to having, riding on a horse and having the servant riding before them in a scenario where resources are scarce, this is quite a lot of weight, right, that's put on maintaining their dignity. So I'm interested to hear your reactions.
My thoughts go immediately to the east side of Buffalo, in this, in the food deserts that is there, without top store being open. I know that we had discussions when we were putting together a food drive for it. What are essentials? What are the things that the people in that community need? They have bodegas, they have convenience stores, but fresh fruits, fresh dairy, etc., fresh vegetables. Those are the things that are still now in constant need. So it's trying to, I think, think to ourselves, if I had nothing, right? If you took away a convenience that we count on, what are the things that we would absolutely need to feel like we were, maybe not, having 5-course meals, but we at least feel like, okay, we can still be our whole selves.
Right, and so it's more than just the basics, right? So, yeah. Yes.
I was thinking of the show Schitt's Creek. Wealthy family, Jewish, loses everything, and they're kind of kept alive in this town, without everything they have, but with enough that they still kind of can have their dignity.
Right. And I didn't make it through the whole first season, though I hear it gets better. But what I remember from the show is that they were so emotionally wounded, even though they were physically fine, to be living in this podunk town, in this kind of nasty motel, and right. And so like the whole joke, that's the whole joke, right? Is that their perceived suffering was one that would not make most of us feel, that kind of empathy. But we're challenged, I think, by Maimonides to say it's not about what you think about you, it's how they feel about themselves, right? Yeah. Yes, Jeremy.
And it says you are commanded to fill wherever he lacks. But like, where's the line? Because it then says not to make it wealthy, but if you're rich and then you become poor, you're missing that horse and servant, but then you have to give it back to him. Is that raising your economic status?
What do you think?
Yes.
Mm.
Where's the line between what you truly lack and what you want?
Yeah, yeah. And I would say even, like, we all think about that, right? I think most of us think about that, yeah.
There's also,
Yeah.
the question, if it's a question of restoring someone's dignity, but their dignity, if their dignity is based on having a horse and a servant running in front of them while other people don't have that, aren't they inflating, haven't they inflated themselves essentially already above everyone else? And is it a communal responsibility necessarily to re-inflate them above everyone else?
Right, so were they thinking about everyone else's dignity when they were on a horse with their servant? Yeah.
Servant running in front, what about that servant?
Huh?
Isn't that servant, shouldn't that servant have just as much right to be on a horse?
Beautiful.
That service definitely people say what they are doing, but I think a part of this too is that when we talk about helping others, we can't always help others based on what we think their help should be. There have been discussions many times in my work, whatever, that, if people give other people ability to purchase certain things, but they want them to purchase what they think they should be purchasing. And that may not be what is the best thing for them. We had a family that everybody felt they needed a new refrigerator, and they gave them money with the idea that they were going to purchase a refrigerator, but instead they took their children on vacation. And people were incensed, but the idea was that this is a family that felt they could function with what they had, but what they never had was the ability to take their children on a vacation and do something together as a family.
Wow.
That was what was important to them. So I think we have to look really at, sometimes, the person we're supposedly helping, we have to give them the dignity of being able to decide what they need.
Beautiful.
Question. I'm always struck by different things that come up and that we don't understand in modern times. So my question is, what does it mean, or what did it mean at the time that you were able to ride on a horse and have a servant? Obviously that provided some dignity on the implication, but I'm wondering what else, or why was that even important? What was going on?
So I don't all the way know, but my suspicion is that this is meant to paint a caricature of a wealthy person and to really challenge us to have all the feels, right, that we're having right now, to really struggle with that. I think that Maimonides, it's a law code, so he really expects you to follow this, but I think he sermonizes, as he presents the laws, to try to, set the bar here so that we know what we should, kind of philosophically what we're trying to do. And I don't know if, if he had limited funds physically in his hands, if he would, ensure that that person had their horse and I don't know, but it certainly is provocative. Yeah.
If the impoverished wealthy man was given a horse and his servant, he could earn money for himself, even clothe at the minimum his servants, and possibly give back to the community once he's earned money.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, I'm going to take one more, and then there's so many texts.
Well, first of all, Maimonides did lose all his money.
Oh.
And had his brother, who was their main supporter. That's why he was in the position. So
Wow.
that it's actually kind of like out of our system, the tax here.
Wow, thank you. Thanks for sharing that. So I'm just going to summarize the next one, which follows shortly after this teaching, which is that if somebody comes and asks for food, they don't check his background. They don't kind of screen to make sure that the person is truly in need of food. They feed him immediately. And for clothing, they do check if they don't know who it is. And but then if they do, it says that they clothe him according to his honor and they don't check in on him. So there's this idea that nobody should starve to death. Clothing is essential, but like a slightly different category. So again, just playing with this idea of the strong desire to fulfill the commandment of giving tzedakah and helping people in need, grappling with limited resources, but not aiming for the minimum, right? So keeping somebody's dignity in mind. You raise your hand if you've heard of Maimonides' levels of tzedakah, his hierarchy, so pretty familiar. Who remembers what is the highest form of giving? Loan. Beautiful. Yes, I heard loan or giving someone the opportunity to be in business for themselves, a job. If somebody won't take it as a gift, you say, oh, it's just a loan, you'll pay me back. So dignity is written all over that, right? But as his hierarchy, as it goes down, 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 somewhere in the kind of middle, there's a gray area that I think is very interesting. So we're going to start in the middle, since I hear you're very familiar with the top. So one level lower one level lower than what? So double blind is the ideal. If it has to be money, it can't be a job or something like that, or a partnership, then that the giver doesn't know who's getting it and the recipient doesn't know where it's coming from. So that's the ideal. But let's say that can't happen. Here we are. One level lower is one who gives tzedakah, and the giver knows to whom he gives, but the poor person does not know from whom he takes. Such did the great sages who would go in secret and throw money onto the doorways of the poor. So if you picture people, at their doors, and they would give the money there, presumably while they were not present. And then he throws a little shade at the people who are supposed to be distributing tzedakah and says, a method such as this is a good way when the keepers of tzedakah did not behave competently, because I think Maimonides really appreciated competence. So this is, we're not going to get hung up on that right now, but it was important that if it couldn't be totally anonymous, that the poor person would not know where the tzedakah was coming from. And then it goes on to say, one level lower is when the poor person knows from whom he takes, but the giver does not know to whom he gives. Such was the way of the sages, who would tie coins into their garments and would throw them over their shoulders so the poor could come up behind them and take them without being embarrassed. So they would see where the funds were coming from, but the person giving it would be walking away and wouldn't know who was collecting behind them. So I'm interested in your reactions to these two. And also I'm interested, why do you think that the one where the giver doesn't know who's receiving is considered one level more dignified or preferable to the one where the recipient knows but the giver doesn't?
Preserves the dignity of the person who is in need. Preserves dignity.
So in the one that's slightly higher, the giver knows who's receiving it, right?
The giver knows who's receiving
Yeah.
it, but the person receiving it doesn't know who gave it.
Mm-hmm.
So if that person is walking down the street and doesn't feel that he has to perhaps show deference to that person or be in debt to that person, so they're not feeling that they're in debt to someone. So I think that helps to preserve their
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Any other?
Would they feel it anyway? Like if you know you received money from someone, and you know specifically who it is, and you see that person, even though that person doesn't know, would you sort of feel like you're in debt to that person, so to speak, anyway?
Right.
It may not be an embarrassment, factor, but would you still feel it?
Right. And so in the first one, you wouldn't know who gave it to you, right? So that would help with that. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
This is not about money, but for those who have given blood, the way we do it today, it always struck me as the most Jewish thing one could do in terms of the double blind.
Mm.
You're giving first of all, you're giving life. You're giving anonymously. You don't know who's receiving your donation, and the person who's receiving the blood donation or whatever product it is doesn't know where it comes from. And it's the next time you give blood, you just think about Maimonides in terms of the levels, because it's really very profound, and it's not money.
Yeah.
So it's tzedakah in its purest form, also giving life, right, of saving a life, sort of consistent with what you said.
Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so I think we've made a case for dignity, right? And we have seen some of the ways that it shows up. So taking care of your physical self and looking after the needs of others and preserving life, because that is intrinsically bound with dignity. Dignity, life go together. So let's see what happens when dignity comes in conflict with other things that are important. We're going to go into the Talmud. This is a very long conversation. It would have been 20 extra pages if I had given you the whole thing. So I gave you a piece. I'm going to tell you about some more of it, though. So this is in Brachot, the beginning of the Talmud. And Rav Yehuda said that Rav said that one who discovers diverse kinds, kilayim, i.e., a prohibited mixture of wool and linen. So there are commandments in the Torah against mixing different things together that aren't supposed to be mixed, not just meat and milk, but other things that aren't supposed to be mixed. And one such forbidden combination is wool and linen. So if one discovers that his clothing contains this, he must remove them, even in the public marketplace. And when you ask about context, in the time of the rabbis, people weren't wearing an undershirt, and then a sweater, and then a blazer. They were wearing, it was hot, right? We're in Babylonia. So they were wearing a tunic and maybe some sandals. So to take off your one garment, you're wearing your birthday suit, right, through the market. Okay, so not the most dignified way to walk around. People would have been looking, laughing, and it may not have been their first assumption that you were just trying to fulfill the mitzvah of avoiding kilayim, right? They may have made other assumptions about you, who knows? So why, if dignity is so important and if embarrassing somebody is akin to murder, what is the reason for this? They quote Proverbs, again. There is neither wisdom nor understanding nor counsel against the Lord. In other words, whatever feeling we may have or thoughts that we might have about our own dignity, God's dignity, which we express or revere through fulfilling the words of the Torah, matters more than ours. So that's what they're saying. Okay, but the Gemara is a series of arguments, so that's not the end of the story. The Gemara raised an objection from a Baraita. So a Baraita is, so the Mishnah, the Gemara, the Talmud is a commentary on the Mishnah. There are other pieces that are from the same rabbis of the same time, so of the same authority, that don't make it into the Talmud or into the Mishnah, but the rabbis bring them in as needed to make their point, and they're considered just as authoritative, right? So if it's in a Baraita, that matters a lot. That's all you need to know about Baraitas for tonight. Okay, so they said, well, wait, we have this other teaching. After they buried the deceased and returned, on their way, there were two paths before them, one ritually pure and one ritually impure. So if you picture at a cemetery and coming in contact with the dead makes you ritually impure, you're not supposed, they're thinking about priests, by the way. They're not supposed to do that, even today. Some, who are priests won't go to a cemetery. It says here that if the mourner comes on the pure path, then those who come to comfort the mourner accompany him on the pure path. So if they take the long way, around the cemetery, then the mourners go with him. The comforters go with him. But if he goes on the impure path, he just goes straight through the cemetery, then the participants come with him on the impure path in order to show him respect. So instead of saying, so sorry for your loss, I gotta go this way, see you later, they stay with him. Why? Let us say here too that there is neither wisdom nor understanding against the Lord. So we already have this teaching that says you can't violate something in the Torah because of dignity. So the rabbis are confused, like that should apply here also. Why is it okay to become ritually impure, which is something that is taken very seriously? So there's a few more examples of this that are given, and the rabbis, they work really, really hard to try to come up with some explanation. So they try to say, well, the way that the coffin was designed, there was this extra layer, so they couldn't really become impure. It was just a rabbinic prohibition, so that's fine. He wasn't actually violating the Torah. But it doesn't let up, so it keeps coming back with other explanations. And finally, when there can be no other explanation, it comes in with this, a braita from another place that says, "Come and hear, great is human dignity as it overrides a prohibition in the Torah." No, that's a very big deal for them to say, right? Because the one job the rabbis have is to protect the Torah and make sure that everybody knows exactly how to follow it. The rabbis are not allowed to say that you don't have to follow something in the Torah. The rabbis do the opposite. They make fences around the Torah, right? So if it says don't boil a kid in its mother's milk, now you can't have chicken parmesan, right? So they just make the layers, concentric circles, so the Torah is protected. So for them to say that dignity overrides what's in the Torah is a very big deal. And just one more thing. Actually, no, you talk, and then I'll say one more thing.
Well, there were two thoughts I had about those two, the two examples. One is your own dignity, and the other is someone else's dignity.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if there could be, or is a distinction in that way, that when you're dealing with your own dignity, you can essentially be instructed that you're sacrificing your own dignity in order to comply with the Torah, but that you should never essentially spill the blood of another person by harming them, by taking away their dignity. If they took it away themselves, that's essentially their choice, but for you to take it away from them would be worse.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, certainly I think the mourner would be allowed to say, you know what, you're a Kohen, aren't you? Why don't you go that way? I'm fine, right? That would be fine. Yeah, so I think what you're bringing up is this idea that, kind of dignity is an experience, not just a kind of object, but that the emotional consequences, right, of an action or decision or words are really what kind of puts dignity into motion. Yeah, very good. So, yeah.
Well, if we're all created in the image of God, the idea of equality, then on what basis should you put someone else's dignity above your own dignity?
Because you have an obligation to save, another life. Save one other person's life is to save the whole world. You can make that choice.
Got the whole room nodding in agreement. Beautiful. Beautiful. So I hate to ruin all the good feelings, but the rabbis ultimately say, actually, you can only put aside a rabbinic mitzvah and not really a Torah one for this. But they were just so uncomfortable, right? But we still have this teaching, and it still has authority. So it's from their deep love of Torah that we allow for them to have so many different opinions. But it's quoted elsewhere. So actually, let me give you just one more example of where this shows up later on in this discussion in Brachot. They say that if there's a biblical obligation to return a lost object. It says if you come across somebody's ox, then you need to stop whatever you're doing and bring the ox back to its owner. And so that's a requirement. But the rabbis do some more drashing, and they say that actually there's exceptions to that too. So the exception they give is, we're back to Kohanes and impurity for a second, that if it's some kind of impure item, they don't need to contact it just to go to return it, because that is a hit on their dignity, it says. Or if it's an elderly person and it's just beneath their dignity to, I don't know, they come across a pink tricycle, right? And it's sort of awkward to carry around to give back to somebody. They're actually their own dignity. They're allowed to preserve that over returning it. Or someone who is very busy and has very important work to be doing, it would be considered beneath their dignity. If there's someone else nearby, if there isn't, they have to do it. But if there's someone else nearby who has plenty of time on their hands, that other person should step in and do it. And normally a mitzvah, you don't kind of transfer them like that. So they give some examples, but you feel that tension where they're really trying to figure out, dignity is so important. We understand how important it is, but we also have everything else in the Torah. And so they struggle with this one. In Megillah, we're on the bottom of your page 3. Rava raised a dilemma. If one must choose between reading the Megillah, which is not an obligation in the Torah, right? Because chronologically speaking, that story happens later, and tending to a mate mitzvah, so somebody who has died and they need somebody to bury them and take care of them, and there's no one around, a relative or someone around to do it, so you come across that and that's your responsibility. Which of them do you do first? It's quite a Purim. It's an odd scenario, but that's the scenario that you're in. Does reading the Megillah take precedence due to the value of publicizing the miracle, which is the obligation with one of the obligations with Purim, or perhaps the mate mitzvah takes precedence because of human dignity, that you shouldn't make that person, the deceased, wait, but that you should care for them right away. After he raised the dilemma, Rava then resolved it on his own, so he answered his own question, and ruled that attending to the mate mitzvah takes precedence. As the master said, great is human dignity as it overrides a prohibition in the Torah. And so, which I just think is interesting because the obligation to read Megillah is not in the Torah, and so that's where he brings this in. And since everyone is getting tired, I'll bring in a little bathroom conversation because that, it'll get us through the last 5 minutes of my talking. It says in Shabbat, there's a conversation where talk about historic context. So they didn't have toilet paper. And so I learned in my preparation for this that they would use rocks to clean themselves. So you're not supposed to carry rocks, you're not supposed to, smooth rocks. You're not supposed to carry rocks around on Shabbat. It's in the category of muktzah, items that you're not supposed to be carrying around. So what is the halacha, what is the law with regard to taking those stones up with him to the roof if his bathroom is there? Again, I have more questions than answers as I read through this passage. But he said to him, it is permitted. Great is human dignity as it overrides a prohibition in the Torah. The Gemara relates, Maramar sat and stated this halacha, and Ravina raised an objection to the statement of Maramar from a Baraita, where Rabbi Eliezer says, A person may take a wood chip from the ground before him to clean his teeth on Shabbat, right? So you need a toothpick, something's really bothering you, and there's a wood chip, you can do that. So why would there be a problem with the rocks? The rabbis say you can take a wood chip, but only from the animal's trough. Not from the playground, right? From the animal trough. The Gemara rejects this. How can you compare these two things? There, a person determines the place for his meal. Here, does a person determine the place for a bathroom? So, in other words, the animal, those things are designated, and those things are set. But when you gotta go, is essentially what the rabbis are saying. And to make somebody have to not be able to take care of themselves, that is beneath their dignity, and that you can violate Shabbat in that case. Really? I know. Yeah. Yeah. So I kind of want to leave you with that, but I just love I know. This one is far less amusing, but poignant. Can we go there? Yeah? Okay. I should have thought about the flow of this a little differently, but okay. So we're going to end of life. Some of you may have heard this story. This is, in end of life issues, this is one of the most important stories that we have to help us figure out today how to make end of life decisions with all sorts of science and technology that they just simply didn't have back then. And we're blessed to have all that technology, but it just raises a lot of ethical and moral and Jewish dilemmas. This is a story of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who was their big leader at the end of his life. And this is in Ketubot. It is related that on the day that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi died, the sages decreed a fast and begged for divine mercy so that he would not die. And they said, anyone who says that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi has died will be stabbed with a sword. The maidservant of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi ascended to the roof. So you can picture the rabbis are fasting, they're praying down, inside. She goes to the roof and said, the upper realms are requesting the presence of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, and the lower realms, right, the rabbis praying, are requesting the presence of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. May it be the will of God that the lower worlds should impose their will upon the upper worlds. In other words, their prayers should work. However, when she saw how many times he would enter the bathroom and remove his phylacteries, his tefillin, because you can't have tefillin in the bathroom, and he was, back then they would wear tefillin all the time, not just in prayer in the mornings. And so whatever he was ailing, it was sending him to the bathroom a lot. And so he'd have to keep taking his tefillin on and off, which is a process. When she saw how he was suffering, she said, may it be the will of God that the upper worlds should impose their will upon the lower worlds. The sages, meanwhile, would not be silent. They wouldn't stop praying. So the first fascinating thing here is that, what's the power of prayer? That this man, heaven is ready for him, God is ready for him, but they're praying so hard that he doesn't pass because they're just praying and praying. So she took a jug and she threw it from the roof to the ground. And due to the sudden noise, the sages were momentarily silent and refrained from begging for mercy. And in that moment, Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi dies. So what does this have to do with dignity? Beautiful. Thank you. And so, in other contexts, of course, you would not pray for someone to die, right? Ever. But in this case, the dignified death that he was ready for, they were trying to withhold. Yeah.
Everyone's dear friend Jake Fisher told me when my mom was ending her life to stop
Mm.
And I've told him many times,
Mm.
it is a huge relief to ask for what is best.
Mm.
Why is that a relief?
I'm not praying for a miracle.
Mm.
I'm not praying for a healing that's not going to happen or a result that's not going to be good. But if it is best that that loved one die, then you can face it.
Thank you. I heard death with dignity. Someone said death. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we hear on the one hand that dignity is bound up with life, that we're created with dignity, and that it appears throughout our life in different ways, and that even our death is something where dignity is bound up with it in the same kind of way. So thank you very much for your participation and your comments. Thank you. Chag Sameach.
Thank you, Rabbi Sarah. It was really wonderful discussion. We had a lot to think about. Okay, our next speaker tonight is Rabbi Alex Lazarus Klein. And of course, most of you know Rabbi Alex, but let me just review. By way of introduction, he came to Buffalo in 2008 to serve as the rabbi of Temple Sinai, now called Congregation Shir Shalom. He brings warmth, creativity, and compassion to the role of synagogue rabbi. He serves as rabbinic consultant to the Buffalo Jewish Communal Relations Committee. A 2004 graduate of the Reconstructionist Rabbinical College. He also holds masters and bachelor's degrees for the Jewish Theological Seminary, as well as bachelor's degree in creative writing from Columbia University. He is the author of Going Above and Beyond, How Creating a Culture of Exceeding Expectations Allows Your Life and Your Business to Take Off, which was published in just this year. So I'd like to welcome Rabbi Alex here. And the title of his talk is A Year of Talmud on One Foot. Are you going to give the talk on one foot?
We'll see. What do you want me to try?
Exciting, hilarious, confusing selections from Daf Yomi. Rabbi Alex, this is for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm on one foot now. But I have to brace this. I don't think I'm going to do that. I don't think I'll last the whole night. What a blessing it is to be here in this space. It's one of the unfortunate things about the pandemic is that this space was kind of created right at that moment when the pandemic came. And I was so looking forward to spending a lot of time here. And unfortunately, this is maybe one of the first times I've been here at night. And it's really spectacular to really feel the light and the warmth and just the care that was placed into the space. As hard as it is to believe, I think this is my 12th Tikkun Leil Shavuot, at least. It might be 13. I know that Rabbi Netter created this around 2009 or 10, but I don't remember exactly. And I think I've participated every year. I have to say, it was a little nice when the pandemic struck and they decided on a Thursday schedule. During the week, I was a little relieved, and Ashira was very happy. But Rachel, who is looking wonderful, I told her, can I get an early slot? And she was nice enough to give me 11:30. It was always a competition. Who could get right in there? Mark getting the keynote, that's a wonderful thing. But to get something that's before 1:30 is always ideal. I want to really thank Rabbi Rich, Sarah, colleague, friend, wonderful teaching. I really learned a lot. That last text that you taught is one of my favorites, and I often teach it to medical students as a way to help them figure out how we figure out our own decision making. So thank you for bringing that. And some of your text will kind of tie into what I'm doing because they were actually ones we studied this year, which is very nice. Also just appreciation to this community for upholding this tradition during the transition, and to my colleague Rabbi Rosenbaum as well for continuing this. It is wonderful to be able to see how your vision will craft it as well. All right, so let's go back to January of 2020. It's a long way back, BP, before the pandemic. At that time, the COVID-19 was just starting to work its way into this world. I was told by my daughter that COVID-19 was not after the year 2019. I don't know if she's right or not. She said it was the 19th COVID variation. Who knew? I was assumed it was because it was the year 2019. Anyways, so something was starting in the Jewish world that was very important that I never participated in, nor had I really thought I could participate in, which is something called Daf Yomi. How many of you are familiar? Some of you are ringers here, yeah. So this is a tradition, I think it goes back 70 or 80 years at least, of that someone had created. It's a really interesting idea to study through the entire Talmud, studying one daf per day. Now you say, well, 1 page per day, that's not very much. Have you seen a page of Talmud? I had the luck of studying at Pardes in Jerusalem, which is, if you ever have a chance to study, it's a liberal Orthodox yeshiva. It's a wonderful place to study, men and women together. And I got to study maybe about 20 pages in 1 year. That's because we were looking directly at the Hebrew and the Aramaic and the commentary, and to be able to get to the level of doing that. Now, mind you, my nephews who are in Israel right now, who have studied in yeshiva, I think they can do probably a page in an hour, maybe. And that's, so the way the Talmud works is you have the front and the back. That's 1 page. So the A and the B side, sort of like a record player. That's just, it's really, really long when you unpack it. But what's happened over the last couple of years is a new invention, which is these 2 young people went to study, I think they were studying at the Hartman Institute actually, and they were into computers, and this was maybe 10, 12 years ago, and they said, you mean the Talmud isn't online? And they actually decided that it needed to be. All Jewish texts should be online. And they created Sefaria.org, which is just the most amazing thing that's occurred in the Jewish. It's really a revelation because it opens up Jewish texts to everyone. Well, all English speakers at least. I don't think it's in any other languages yet. What it does is it takes the Steinsaltz Talmud, and you can see it in the sheets that Sarah has handed out, because you'll see the black bold if you look at the Talmud sheets. That's the other brilliant invention, is they created teacher sheets. That the people that needed it the most were the teachers, not just the rabbis, any teacher. And you can basically create a sheet. I encourage you, if you're teaching anything, to go there. You look up whatever you want. You can cut and paste as well, but it'll automatically, you can put the Hebrew and the English in a beautiful way. and you can put and it's also available to anyone. And actually, a couple times I've looked up just topics, and I found Rabbi Rich there. She has some wonderful sheets on there. They're open and available, and since it's just started, we're only at the little. It's sort of like, I'd say 1993 when the internet started, and there was like 5 pages on the World Wide Web, right? Remember those days? That's sort of like where we are with Sefaria. You can only imagine what it's going to be like in 5-10 years. There'll be billions of these different sheets on every topic. I don't know how we'll find anything. So in January of 2020, this was the first time where anyone who is not a yeshiva bacher, and I'm not a yeshiva bacher, I did go to yeshiva in Harrisburg for a half a year in 3rd grade, and I learned to do this. If you ever see me daven, I always do that because I learned that at yeshiva. I also learned you should try to pray as fast as you can. The ideal when you're in 3rd grade, there was a competition who could get from one end of the Amida to the end, the beginning to the end, as fast. I could never catch up with those other boys. I just never could. We had 8 kids in our class. They were very fast, though. So Sefaria really opens up the opportunity for everyone to be able to study this amazing text. And it's quite an ambitious thing. So 2,711 pages of it. And it roughly takes 7 years and 6 months to master, which means when I started, my kids were, 12. I have to go back a couple of years already. they were 12 and 10 and 7. And when I finish, they'll be 19, almost 20. And they'll be, you get the idea. But it was crazy to think that it's and the only reason that I've been able to do this is because we have a class, actually, 3 members right here, 4 members right here, 5 members, actually. Kirsty's one of the reasons I started this class, because I knew she was doing some Daf Yomi, and I thought, well, why not? We'll do that, and if we do it together, we'll be able to continue it. It'll just give us that energy, the koach to do it. And even if we do it a little bit, because, studying a little, even if I don't do it every day, and I don't, confession, it's a way of kind of just pushing yourself. And even if you get behind, there's a lot of, this is a little hint to everyone, there's a lot of sections that are really boring in the Talmud. And you could kind of, so we're actually in this whole section on levirate marriage that takes 4.5 months to complete. And it is really obscure rules about how to get out of the levirate marriage and how not to get out of it and why you're tied into it. And there's even a whole thing about, there's a whole story about how, this is no joke, they want to know how a man can impregnate a woman, it be forced to, coerced to, and they have something that he falls on top of her. Anyways, it's a long story. You have to be there. See, my Talmud class, they can tell you. I don't even want to go. They go into very obscure things. And then you find the most wonderful jewels, some of the ones that Sarah already presented tonight. These things that you've studied your whole life, and you think, this was written almost 2,000 years ago? That these practices that we do are things that have extended so long? It's really incredible. It's very moving, actually, to study Talmud, and I particularly wanted to do this tonight. I know it's a little bit off topic. Bernie told me the topic, and I said, oh, well, I'm going to do this. So, it's sort of about dignity anyways, but if you go back 2,000 years ago, we were falling apart. The Jewish world had been torn apart. We were doing sacrifices. we had tried to defeat the Romans, the most mighty army at the time. We did for a little bit, but ultimately we were unsuccessful because they had quite a lot more resources than we were. And we were so unsuccessful, we decided we would never do anything militarily for another 2,000 years. That's a true story. Rabbis used to be zealots and more like the Taliban. It took the Romans to get that out of us. But we were dealing with a society that had broken apart completely. And we had to figure out the pieces. And that's what the Talmud is. The Mishnah, that early text that we have, we had a piece of it that was compiled. But it wasn't enough to really put together a society. And so for a couple hundred years, they had to try to figure out, how on earth do we figure out what we're supposed to do, what these originally rabbis intended? And they did it through this process, which is what we call the Talmud. And the Jewish world, we have so many times where we have this existential crisis, where we believe this is it. This is the end. It's literally happened for 2,000 years. This is going to be the end of our faith. We're done now. And literally every time we've been able to put the pieces back together. Why? Because we have documents like the Talmud. Everything could be erased. So much. There's so much redundancy that allows us to restudy, and that gives me incredible amount of strength that I know that no matter what we do, we're not going to ruin this thing, that we can continue to experiment because this is still vital. It's one of the most ambitious documents that has ever been created, that we come to celebrate here on Shavuot, and that we should try to investigate it as much as we can. So I've made it 2.5 years. So I'd say that we've done pretty well. 7 years, I don't know, I'm not going to predict. Maybe I'll make it to Giant Stadium where they gather, and we won't have COVID there, and there'll be 2 giant stadiums. I mean, how many people are participating now? It must be crazy. Okay, so I'm going to take you through basically what I do with my group, and anyone feel free to join at any time, or you can get the text. Basically, is I look over the rough section that we're studying, and I pick out the page or two that will make sense for us to study, and then we look at it. And so I have on my Word documents all these different documents for the year. So that's what I did, and I thought it would be really fun and meaningful for me, and hopefully for you, because you can, even if you haven't participated, you'll get a sense of some of the texts that have come through this year, that some of them are very funny and some of them very meaningful. And it'll give you kind of a good sense of what at least happened in this 1 year of Talmud. That's 365 pages because we're using the English year here of Talmud. Okay, so we began with Yoma, which is Yom Kippur. And if you know about the Talmud, whatever the topic is officially, we're always going to go on asides, because the goal of the Talmud is to go into all the gray areas. And the gray areas, just like in a conversation, like Seinfeld, you start your conversation here, and you end up over here, and you wonder, well, how did I get from here to there? I'm not sure, but I know there was a reason. And that's how you get to all these things. Okay, so this is wonderful. They're talking about the high priest. If you remember the story, the high priest has this incredible duty on Yom Kippur, right? Has to go into the Holy of Holies. And here they have this idea that the high priest has to stay up at night like we're doing. And they wonder, well, what are the techniques used to stay up at night? What do? We learn. That's the whole purpose of what we're doing, actually, right? We learn Torah all night. Why? So we don't fall asleep. If we go back to the story of the golden calf and all that stuff, basically they fell asleep on it. They didn't have a chance to truly study Torah. And so we make a commitment to study all night and kind of keep ourselves awake. Of course, what other things could we use to keep awake today, right? What would you use to keep awake? Anyone using it? Coffee, right? Yeah, coffee's good. What are those high jolt things that they have? We can use all methods of caffeinations. We can walk around. We can do things. But they had a mechanism which I just love reading about because it was like they discovered it. So the funniest thing about it is it's this simple thing that our children learn when they're like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years old. They perfect this snapping. And they actually go and they described it in the Talmud in a beautiful detail, how they kept them awake. And I was like, that's snapping. That's crazy. So I'm just going to read a little bit from the Mishnah. So remember, the Mishnah is the earlier document here. If the high priest sought to sleep at night, the young priest would snap the middle tzareda finger against the thumb before him. So look at that description. It's great. And they would say to him ever so often, my master, high priest, stand from your bed and chill yourself once on the floor and overcome your drowsiness. And they would engage him in various ways until the time it would arrive to slaughter the daily offering. The Gemara asks, what is the tzareda, that finger mentioned in the Mishnah? Rabbi Yehuda said is the rival of the da, the one. Which finger is it? Tzareda is the rival of the thumb. It is the middle finger, of course. And that's the one you use, right? Do your snap, right? Use the middle finger, right? The middle finger would be strongly positioned against the thumb. And when one separates them, the finger hits the palm, creating a sound. Rav Huna demonstrated the loud noise that could be achieved by snapping the middle finger. And the sound traveled through the Rav study hall. The sound created was loud enough to keep the high priest awake. Don't you love that? That's a great story. The ancient techniques that we still, I kind of wonder, all these things that we do, they're cultural. So, like, is snapping unique to certain cultures? Did they figure it out at certain times? When did they figure it? It just led to all these different ideas. And just this idea of this special finger to... Yeah, and it's wonderful for we're so used to. It's just, I know that I'm sure, Sarah, you can relate to this and Ezra with your kids, right? They can't really snap when they're little. It's like a certain moment. I think Noam can't snap yet. I don't know. Did Miriam learn yet? Yeah, it might have to do biologically too. Like I can't whistle. See, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring something about embarrassment, but I'm so glad I have this because it's maybe something that we never talked about. See, there you go. Okay. All right, so the next one was just kind of a cute one, that they use gematria. So a lot of revelations that we learn is like, oh, I thought that was like a mystical tradition. I didn't know that these things actually go back 2,000 years. It's crazy. So this is kind of a cute story about the difference on Yom Kippur. So there's this wonderful line that actually I think I studied with Rabbi Netter years ago. It was probably on Shavuot. We were studying, there's that wonderful section of Cain and Abel, and sin, there's this weird line, like what does this mean? Sin waiting in the door. And it is no wonder that people sin. He asked him, what did Satan, the prosecutor, say about their sinning? Elijah said to him, Satan, on Yom Kippur, has no license to prosecute. From where is this derived? Rami Bar Hama says, the numerological value, or the gematria of the letters that constitute the word ha-satan, so you have to add in the hey there, ha-satan, is 364. Hey has a value of 5, so you guys know how to do gematria, basically. Okay, so it's just the letters, so 364. What's the one day that's left out? The remaining day is Yom Kippur. It's a problem. This is not the Jewish calendar. This is the secular calendar, 360. The Jewish calendar is 354. So there you go. How do you like that? What does Satan have to say about that? But anyways, you get the idea. All right, so I love this next story. So this is also from Yoma. And it's about how great Hillel is. People would kind of complain, oh, I had it, the sob stories. And Hillel was the example of the ultimate sob story that no one could compete against. So when they go to heaven and they in front of the Satan, the Satan, and they say, please, I've had a hard life. I've had a hard life. No. Did you hear about Hillel? And you got to hear this, okay? And this is why Hillel is named Hillel, the Hillel at the university, right? The great wealth of Rabbi Eliezer ben Harsam, the Gemara recites, which the sages taught, a poor person and a wealthy person and a wicked person came face to face with judgment before the heavenly court and their conduct in this world. To the poor person, the members of the court said, why didn't you engage in Torah? If he rationalizes his conduct and says, I was poor and was preoccupied with earning enough to pay for my sustenance. And that's not why. That's, I think, a good reason, right? I mean, the person's poor. He needs to eat. They say to him, were you any poorer than Hillel, who was wretchedly poor, nevertheless studied Torah? And this is one of the great stories. They said about Hillel the elder that each and every day he would work to earn a half dinar, half of which he would give to the guard of the study hall, and half of which he would spend for sustenance, and sustenance for the members of his family. One time he did not find the employment to earn a wage, and the guard of the study hall did not allow the great Hillel to enter. Ooh, Shanda. He ascended to the roof, suspended himself, and sat on the edge of the skylight. I can only imagine what this looked like. I mean, imagine here, we have wonderful structures. How did they have the skylight, first of all? You learn all sorts of things in order to hear the words of the Torah from the living God, from the mouths of Shemaiah and Avtalon, the spiritual leaders of that generation. The sages continued, that day was Shabbat Eve, and it was the winter season of Tevet. Snow, that we can relate to this too, fell upon him from the sky. When it was dawn, Shemaiah said to Avtalon, my brother, every day at this hour, the study hall is already bright from the sunlight streaming through the skylight. And today it's dark. There's something wrong with our skylight. We need to go check it out. Is it a cloudy day out there? They focused their eyes and saw the image of a man in the skylight. They ascended and found him covered with snow 3 cubits high. So that's like buffalo snow. That's serious snow there. They extricated him from the snow, and they washed him and smeared oil on him. And they sat opposite him on the bonfire. They said, this man is worthy for us to desecrate Shabbat for him. Saving a life overrides Shabbat. This is dignity. However, the great man is especially deserving. Clearly, poverty is no excuse for the failure to attempt the study of Torah. What do you think of that story, by the way, thinking about it? Is this a good thing that we should encourage, that we should give the people who have had like a really hard life, this hard time when they go and they say, I didn't have enough chance? Or is it kind of not really fair? What do you think? I don't know. Hillel, Shammai never could keep up with Hillel, right? Shammai always had to get ready for Shabbat on Wednesday because he was a normal person. He prepared. Hillel was like, I'm never going to get ready for Shabbat. Shabbat will get ready for me. And a meal would be prepared for him. It's like, we can't be like Hillel. We could never be like Hillel. I think, in a way, maybe we could turn it around and say, learning is really important. I thought about the poor people in Vilna. I learned in Vilna that the poor people studied Talmud. And you would walk down the street. It was such a learned city. So maybe it's good. We should all be encouraged, no matter it doesn't take wealth to acquire wisdom. All right, this is a funny story. How many of you build sukkah? Have you ever used a bed as a sukkah? One of the things they ask, so as we transition to the sukkah, is the question of what constitutes a sukkah. And they ask if a cave constitutes a sukkah. Can you use a cave? And then they ask if a bed constitutes a sukkah. So here, this also involves this tavi. Doesn't it sound like someone from Harry Potter? You know, it's like that creature from Harry Potter. Does everyone want to take a break for a second? Want to stretch for a second? Should we stretch? All right, yeah. There is this synagogue in Jerusalem, maybe Rabbi Rosenbaum knows, where they go past the hour of Yom Kippur. They go like 2 hours past the sun. And at the synagogue, there is no break. My roommate, he was Shugana. He was a wonderful guy. I don't mean it. He loved to do these kind of things. So he would go to this for Yom Kippur. And he came back, he told me the story. So he said, you know, the people were begging the rabbi there, please, Rabbi, can we have a break? He said, all right, stand up, 15 seconds. And he went back the next year, too.
You're talking about Davi.
Davi, yeah, see, it's just like that, Tavi. Tavi, the Canaanite slave of Rabban Gamliel, he was famous, who was sleeping beneath the bed. And Rabban Gamliel exclaimed that Tavi did so because he was a Torah scholar and knew that slaves are exempt from the mitzvah of sukkah. It is taught in a bright that Rabbi Shimon said, from this conversation of Rabban Gamliel, we learn two matters. We learn Canaanite slaves are exempt from the mitzvah of sukkah. Okay, that's good. And we learn that one who sleeps beneath the bed did not fulfill his obligation. I'm not sure if the bed might have been in the sukkah, which might be a catch, but this is where their minds go. They go everywhere. It's incredible. So this is a nice story, which is really about mitzvot, commandments. It's not just about studying here. If we're studying here and we're mean to people, if we don't show people dignity, are we being Jewish? You know, this is like a point of contention. You know, in some of these very strict communities, we'll say, there are many people that are very unethical too, and you know, it really will hit against things. Especially when you hear stories revealed in the news or whatever, that, you know, Judaism is, in order to be Jewish, you have to have compassion. You have to, there is something, no matter how much you're following the rules. So this is in Beitzah, which is another, the great thing is they start off, as you're doing the study, in each of the sections, with the ones with the most. So that's why we're in the beginning of Nashim, and this Yevamot is the longest. And then they get shorter and shorter and shorter, and so you start racing through, which is great. But you get all these little sections. Beitzah, which is kind of about eggs, and I don't know. It was a good section of Talmud, though. There was an incident Rabbi Natan bar Abba said, the wealthy Jews of Babylonia will descend to Gehenna because they do not have compassion on others. Remember, Babylonia was like New York City back in the day. That's where most of the Talmud was written here. He requested their participation on a business venture to lend him money and receive half the profits in return, and they did not give it to him. Furthermore, when he asked them to sustain him with food, they likewise refused to sustain him. He said, these wealthy people are not the descendants of our forefathers, but they came from the mixed multitude. Now, I don't like this part. You know, when we walk through Egypt, right, there was the mixed multitude we were surrounded with. As it is written, and show you compassion, and have compassion upon you, and multiply you as he has sworn to your fathers in Deuteronomy, from which it is derived. Anyone who has compassion for God's creatures, it is known that he is of the descendants of Abraham, our father. And anyone who does not have compassion for God's creatures, it is known that he is not of the descendants of Abraham. Since these wealthy Babylonians do not have compassion, clearly they are not descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Sarah, Rebekah, Rachel, and Leah. It's about dignity, right? It goes back to the same discussion. If they're here, stranger from Israel's there, they're not helping him, supporting him. You're not even Jewish. In a way, it's kind of a nice. I think that this is how we should judge each other more than other things. How nice we are to each other. Okay, this next text you're probably familiar. How many are familiar with Honi, the circle maker? This is, Honi is part of, there's a lot of these magical miracle workers that would go through the Holy Land. And of course, Honi has all this chutzpah too. So he would draw this circle on the ground, and inside it say, Master of the universe, your children have turned their faces towards me, and I am a member of your household. Therefore, I take an oath to your great name that I will not move here until you have mercy upon your children and answer their prayers for rain. This is sort of like the line in the sand, right? I am not going to move, because we're so used to feeling at least we have control over the weather. Do you know what the weather's going to be tomorrow? It's going to be cold, my wife told me. Dress warmer. It's cold. They have no idea what's coming, and they're completely reliant on it. And this section in Ta'anit, which I did have a chance to study in Israel as well, is they do whatever they can. What is the most important mechanism that they use to get rain? If there's a rain or a calamity in their community, what do they use? Fasting, yeah. The public fasting. And that's not just when we're doing Yom Kippur or any of the other fasts. We're preparing ourselves. We're allowing ourselves to be able to be able to do these practices if we need to. Okay, so here he does that, and there's so much rain, it's too much rain, and he says it's not enough. It's not too much if it didn't go over this stone, this claimant stone, a large stone located in the city. And the next part is that the leader of the city, I didn't include that there, I don't think. He said, Honi, if it was anyone but you, I would have stoned you, basically, because of your chutzpah. But because you're Honi, you can get away with it. We all know people like that. Okay, so this next one might also be familiar. What's the happiest day of the Jewish year? Anyone know? Yeah, Tu B'Av, of course. Actually, the happiest day, the happiest moment of the Jewish year is when Yom Kippur is over, or when Shavuot is at the end, when you get home and you feel. That's why we do these things. I have so many Muslim friends. How can you fast for 30 days every day? Especially during the summer. That means they're waking up at 4 a.m, and they're not eating again until 11 at night, and they're doing it again, and they have their coffee then, and it's this cycle, and the kids are doing this too. Why? So at the end of it, there is nothing better. There's that sense. That's what you have in Yom Kippur. But they have here, this is the tradition of Tu B'Av, which is, we say, the Jewish Valentine's Day. Sometimes they would quote holidays that aren't necessarily holidays, but because they're listed in the Tu B'Shvat's a good example. The 15th of Shvat, the Arbor Day. It's not really a holiday; it was a tax day, but because it's in the Talmud, we can create something from it. So it's wonderful. And I think there's some Tu B'Avs. I think actually, Link, didn't you send something out for Tu B'Av? Yeah. So we create our own tradition that way. All right, Megillah 3a. So we went from fasting, now we're into the Megillahs. And I love this section because it was, first of all, it talked about this Onkelos, the convert, the person who wrote the Aramaic version of the Torah, if you look at a lot of traditional texts, they'll have the Onkelos, was not even was not originally Jewish even. Anyways, it also talks about how all the translations, the importance of it, all the way leading up to Sepharia, right? Translation is incredibly important in the history of our texts. It's what enables the text to be moved into different cultures and communities. And so they go through the Aramaic translation of the prophets was composed, and Aramaic was like the English of the day, Yonatan ben Uziel, based on the traditional going back to the last prophets. It goes through, if you just go a little bit, Eretz Yisrael quaked over an area of 400 parsecs by 400. So this huge earthquake comes, and a divine voice stood up on its feet and said, emerged and said, "Who is this who has revealed my secrets to mankind?" Yonatan ben Uziel stood up on his feet and said, "I am the one who has revealed your secrets to mankind through my translation. However, it is revealed and known to you that I did this not for my own honor and not for the honor of the house of my father, but rather it was for your honor I did this, so that discord will not increase among the Jewish people. In the absence of an accepted translation, people will disagree about the meaning of obscure verses, but with a translation, the meaning will be clear." And actually, when a translation comes, it is controversial. It's controversial because it's an interpretation, but also like what's happened with Sepharia. Suddenly, all the people that studied long hours at yeshiva, everyone has access to the same knowledge as they do. So it's a little disconcerting